How's
up?
it,
What's
guys?
up? Hello, everyone. Hello, all.
Good, good, good. Hope you had a good evening or afternoon for you, Igor.
Yes,
Evening now,
afternoon.
right?
Yes.
Very cold here in South Africa at the moment. Well, for the first time in a while, so I'm not looking forward to that. But anyway, at least got you guys for company. And hello to all our viewers on our different channels. If you've got any questions during these sessions, please feel free to drop your question in the chat box and we'll definitely respond.
Yes.
All right, so we just had quite a bit of news that came out. I don't know, Igor, do you want to take us through that? Or Nandan, you want to start? Or I don't really mind.
Yeah, I can start with everything.
Excellent.
Yeah, we did have a lot of news that came out. I didn't pay attention to any of it. I mean,
No, me neither.
it's
I just see the indices coming down pretty hard.
yeah,
kind of.
it's
I
pretty much
sort
the
of
same
expected that.
thing as yesterday. There's still a lot of
Mm,
chop going on. I'm gonna
yeah.
share my spreadsheet again for anyone new who hasn't seen it, but yeah. So again, a lot of no trends on the D1 time frame. Hopefully you can see it. Yeah, you can. Yeah, again, no D1 trends in place pretty much. The 4 hours are pretty much chopped up as well. The weeklies are starting to get affected. The only currency that has a weekly consistency is the US dollar. But again, the daily and the 4 hour are consolidating. So there's really not much you can do with the larger long-term trends yet. I don't know if they're going to continue in these long-term trends or if they're going to stop and reverse. The dollar pair specifically, I looked at the charts and they seem like they can potentially cycle down for a few days, against the trend. So in terms of dollar strength, but again, it's too early to tell anything. Um, and that's pretty much the same story for every single currency pair. There's no consistency on the 4 hours, the D1s,
Mm,
and even the weekly time frames. The other currency that I wanted to talk about today was the New Zealand dollar. There is some slight weakness coming into it, but it's so minor, and we still have so much news by the end of this week that I'd say it's pretty much negligible. I can't really say for sure what's going on with the entire market right now, but there are some pairs. When you have a market like this, I like to go into trading plan mode and look at the charts. So I have some potential trading setups in mind. I don't have any entries today, or I'm not really looking to enter trades today just because non-farm payrolls is on Friday. I did enter a trade yesterday, and it was a trade that didn't go as expected. Meaning it didn't go into strong profit. It was actually the pound Aussie. We got our
mm,
stop to break even, luckily, and another trade on the Euro Aussie. We got our stop to break even on the pound Aussie. It ended up stopping itself out, and the Euro Aussie, we took a 15 pip loss on it. So with that being said, I think news isn't until we have the Friday news that comes out. I think that's a much better time to be in front of the computer. But with this pound Aussie trade, the setup, I see a humongous consolidation that's been going on this 4 hour and daily time frame. We can see that very clearly here. And I'm just looking at a breakout point at 2.1044, and then past there, we have room all the way up to move to these highs at 2.157. So just waiting for that breakout to happen and then market confirmation to go alongside with it. The pound New Zealand, the pound New Zealand we did say was a little weak, so it looks a bit better. The trend indicators are they're forming a new daily fresh cross to the upside, and it's a developing D1 trend. So again, I'm just looking to have a breakout of this area here, which is at 2.263, and then past there, lots of room to move again all the way up to this 2.326 area. So again, it's still too early to tell what's going to go on, but we do have slight New Zealand dollar strength, or sorry, weakness in the market. But again, no pound uh, assistance. There's pound is just completely mixed itself. Aussie dollar. This is what I was talking about with potentially the dollar pairs starting to reverse. I don't really want to set a price alert on this pair. It's more so just based off of intraday momentum. It's kind of hard to set an actual true price alert We
Mm.
do have some Aussie dollar, I believe, weakness, some very slight consistency and weakness for the Aussie dollar today. But I find that Aussie dollar and New Zealand dollar pairs, they start to move very aggressively, and they make very volatile movements, especially with like 30, 40 pip ranges. That's kind of like the whole entire market. But the Aussie and New Zealand dollar pairs, especially when the market is choppy, they make, you know, more frequent 30, 40 pip moves, and then they reverse just off of those moves. So trading in these times is very tricky, especially with these Aussie dollar pairs. So I think the trend indicators are starting to point sideways. I think some of the dollar pairs look very similar, where these trend indicators they might inch off on the daily time frame, and then they might cycle down against the trend for a day or two. That really just depends on how the strength and weakness develops over these next few days. But this could be a potential uh, reversal for a few days. But I don't have a breakout point on this pair. It's just strictly based on the intraday momentum. So if you go to the 15-minute chart, or the 30-minute or the 5-minute chart, I'm really looking for all the Aussie dollar pairs moving in the same direction and all the US dollar pairs moving in the same direction to really take a sell on it. And you really want to be at the beginning of the move. So like I was saying earlier, we did have some Aussie dollar weakness driving the movements today in the main session. And you can see the movement started up here, which was, I believe this is like Asian session or before the main session even started. Um, and then we had to push down about 30 pips only. And this is not a big move for this pair. When you get proper strength and weakness and really high volatility, you know this pair is quoted at 0.63, so it made a 50% move today. But there are
Wow.
days where I've seen this pair move 3%, because we had proper strength and weakness on our side. So we just don't have that right now. But this is just a pair to keep in mind. If you do see intraday momentum taking place in terms of Aussie dollar weakness or dollar strength, maybe even after the news, that's a great indicator to potentially even enter in, because a lot of the dollar pairs kind of look like that. They can cycle in dollar strength very soon. Uh, Another pair I was looking at was the New Zealand CAD. This is almost a similar story to the Aussie dollar. We had a D1 uptrend in place, and we've pretty much consolidated. And now we're almost pinching and developing a new daily trend to the downside. So, looking at the 4-hour chart, I think this range seems a little bit better on this time frame. But I'm just looking at a breakout point at 81, a 0.8165, and then past there, we have room to take all this move back of down to 0.787. And again, there's no Canadian dollar support on this pair, so there is some New Zealand dollar weakness, but it's so negligible. I can't really recommend entering on it, especially right now. I would not advise
Mm.
doing that. New Zealand dollar. This is another pair, that looks very similar. The dollar pairs. Again, they seem like they can cycle down for a few days. Same story. We have this big move to the upside. It's starting to consolidate, and now the trend indicators on the D1 are about to pinch off, and the 4-hour trend indicators are starting to point down. So, you know, I can't really give a specific price alert. I'd really just monitor how this currency is moving on the smaller time frames. But if I really had to give you a price alert on this 4-hour, I would monitor how a breakout of this 0.58947 area would be. And then if it continues to move down there, hopefully you have complete New Zealand dollar weakness on your side, or US dollar strength on your side. The last pair is the pound Aussie. We actually already talked about this. Uh, Gold. That's my probably last pair to talk about for the day. We've had this humongous uptrend in place. The D1 is pretty much going sideways. It's the same story as
Mm.
yesterday. We're still in this massive range, and I'm just waiting for it to break out of either side. If it breaks to the upside, that's even better. If it breaks to the downside, okay, that's great. You can take a potential trade on it. But we did have a retest of this significant area here on the bottom of the range, and it pretty much rejected it, and it's moved back up.
Mm.
So I'd be interested to see if this pair starts to cycle back to the top side of this range and consolidates there, or what we're gonna do. But gold is just I'm not really in gold right now. I don't like it. It's just too volatile and too
Yeah, visually, Nandan, that almost looks like, not you there on the 4 hour, like a descending triangle formation.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's just really tough to trade in these times. You
Yeah.
get you get whipsawed like crazy.
As you know, triangles, they say
Yeah.
they're bullish or bearish, but they can break any direction.
Yeah, absolutely. So just keep your eyes on these two significant levels. The first one, if I was interested in buying this pair, I wanted to clear out all this junk, and once it clears all that junk out the way, then I'm interested in this level of 33.73. Past there, we can make all-time highs again and push past there. But for a sell, if I was looking to sell gold, I would really be looking at this 3260 area, somewhere around there. Again, you really have to have strong momentum on your side, and every single gold pair. What I like to do is I like to set up my MetaTrader uh, profiles. So I'll have with gold, I have 8 currencies that I have. So XAU against the US dollar, XAU against the Aussie dollar, XAU against the euro. I like to look at all of them on the 15, 5 minute or 30-minute time frame, and you see how they're kind of just moving the same way. So
Yeah.
that's what I really like to see with currencies. Obviously, pairing this momentum, I see every single currency in gold has moved the same way, and they're making the same exact cycles. They consolidate at the same time, they start moving up at the same time, they pull back at the same time. That's a sign of more stability that's going on. But you've confirmed that you might have some intraday momentum on your side. Okay, now you got to look at the larger time frames. Specifically for gold on against the US dollar, we're still in this big range. So your risks are significantly increased because these ranges are not smooth. If these ranges were smoother and they had I would say more defined U shape, and they weren't just spiking all around, I'd be
Yeah.
more comfortable with trading it. But that's just not the case. You see how this pair just moves in one direction and immediately just reverses, and there's a random spike and a whipsaw that happens. It's very ugly. It's a very ugly chart. So I'm personally staying out of gold right now until it breaks out of those two levels. But uh, what you need to be doing at this time is paying attention to the news calendars. So we do have some US dollar news coming up at 7 a.m. my time, Pacific time, in about half an hour. But I don't think we're gonna have major market movements until Friday, which is the big one, which is non-farm payrolls coming out. So um, we do have Bank of Japan interest rate news coming out tonight. So it's tentatives, but they usually come out around. Well, it's tentative. I can't really say. They come out at different times. But it's probably going to be in middle to late of the Asian session. I'll be asleep. I couldn't care what's going to go on with what's going to happen with these Japanese yen pairs, just because the Japanese yen charts. I looked at all these charts and there was not one chart that I really found interesting. They're just either within clusters, or they have support and resistance issues. There's not enough potential for me to consider them. But they're very ugly charts. So with that being said, the news is going to do what the news is going to do. It's going to help the market shake itself out and potentially find a direction. The market's trying to figure out what direction it wants to go in. So you just have to allow time for it to pretty much choose what it wants to do. And it hasn't chosen it yet. So the best thing you can do is just sit on your hands and wait and monitor the news events. But yeah, that's all I got for today.
Excellent.
Cool stuff.
So, yes.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I don't think much is going to happen until Friday. Although that being
Yeah.
said, the markets on my side have reacted quite, well, I won't say bearish, but I'm not going to go through my stuff until, I would say, another 15 minutes.
All
So,
right.
Igor, the floor's yours,
Yes.
my bud.
Yes, thank you. Today we had a lot of news, and everything that we watch, what's happened today, is a sign. sign of something that I really like in trading. I repeated that just yesterday and today, of course. So we know that every single news that we get from US economy and related to the US dollar is somehow bad. Actually, if we just watch today a Forex calendar, we can see, for example, that today we just refresh this again. So we got GDP minus 0.2%. And we already had a very, very bad projection of 0%. We are negative now. So this is something that we cannot see very often. Then the non-farm employment change, we expected 114K, which is really, really bad itself. And now we got even worse results, 62K. So every single GDP advanced, of course. So everything that we got for US economy is bad because it's data related to the last month. And I think that we got a few reports today, even for the January. Nevertheless, the most important thing that we need to spot here is that we got today, for the euro, we got CPA better than projected. And this is the very important thing. Later, when we go to the charts, I will show why I'm thinking that. But this is very important thing for 0.4%, and that we can see in the price right now. But there is one thing that I want to share related to the news. As you can see, Wednesday early in the morning on my side, there was a President Trump speaks, and in that speech we heard something that nobody expected in that way. So the Donald Trump said, "This is a Biden stock market, not mine." So he wanted to clarify that all this stuff that we see in the stock market is because of the Biden and not the tariffs. And after a couple months, when all these stuff related to the tariffs will just bring that stock market become very, very very progressive in his point of view. So he said, I literally, he said, US will boom, something like that. And this had some kind of impact on the market because I think that a lot of traders right now, they do not analyze the news in the way as we used to. So everything right now is, I think that that now majority of traders, the impact of the technical analysis now is the greatest than ever. So I think so, because the fundamentals do not show nothing. We don't know how to react on all this news related to the tariffs and what's happening in the world. And I see that in the price. And now I will just show a few charts and setups just to analyze what's happened in the market. So the first thing that I want to show is my trade from the yesterday. So if remember, on the end of our session, there is a blue line. This line I drew yesterday on the end of the session. And this relative strength index indicator is just in the moment when we end our session. So as you can see, if you remember, I made a trade. I put the stop loss 1.344, and I put my open target when I think that the first target will be around 1.328 level. So pretty good risk reward ratio trade. And right now, as you can see, we broke the most significant level for last 2 weeks, 1.336. And the good thing is the way how market moves is beautiful related to the trades. It's not because I have positive trade right now. It's good because we lose that kind of the choppiness that we had. And right now we had a slow, very slow burning bearish mode, which is really beautiful. Sometimes we have a little bit switch, so traders can enter into the trade if they want. And then when they enter into the trade, all that moves are, I can say, just in one tone, very, very slow. And this is the something that traders really like when you are in the trade, because I feel uncomfortable when I see, 30 pips down, 40 pips up, 30 pips down, etc. So it's not comfortable, because you always think, oh, my stop loss will be hurt, etc. So right now there's no such a thing. We have really, really slow market, and as you can see, right now we have the US opening range. What I want to see right now, you see this bullish candle here we are forming right now. I want to see that we go during this next half hour to touch 1.336 level, because this level was a very strong support. Now it will be resistance, and I want to touch this level so the traders can enter in the short trade and go to the wave and respect this bearishness that we right now have on the chart. And the one important thing that we can see on a 4-hour chart, which is really, really interesting, is this chart. As you can see, we had almost 2 days or 1 day and a half price where we didn't be 100% sure will be bullish or bearish. But in the 4-hour chart, we can see like a circle, like a rainbow movement of these candles, which is really beautiful, related to the trend when you have that kind of the movement, and of course right now, and a little bit accelerate while you near and near to the target. And this is the really, really good stuff in trading. So in that case, you really, really can close your trade in the right moment. So for example, imagine that I trade British pound dollar right now, like I am, and in one moment we make a huge bearish candle and touch my target. Usually when you see that, market usually either react impulsively or just slowly, but it will be some kind of the not to say rejection, but I can say some period of the time that the market we need to calm down, and that target is really beautiful if we touch that target. So anyway, I for this trade, maybe I will close a part of my trade, but I will let it more for new lows, because I think that we had a really break. We can get really break of the structure. So as now we have this situation. This is the British pound dollar, the highest high in the last year. Right now we are on the same level. Everything is the same. Look very similar as the last time. As you remember, I talk about the range of the 1.344 and 1.338 last year. The same thing we got here. We have several days with that kind of the range, and now we maybe can go and push lower, and maybe we can get something similar to the last year. Of course, there's no chance that we be 100% the same, but of course we can get some bearish longer move here. The other thing that I watch, and it's really important for all major currency pairs, is US dollar currency index. So as you can see, right now we are at 99.4 level, and we are going a little bit, I hope, to the 100 level. However, as you can see, we already have clear relative strength index trend line broken on the daily chart. And this thing for me is good. When we break a relative strength index trend line, I like to see very slow moves after that. And one of the examples for that is maybe Bitcoin. And I will show you how that looks like. So imagine this was the Bitcoin that from the November of the last year, we started to go down and down and down. And then what's happened, we started to break this relative strength index indicator. Actually, it's nevertheless, it's very similar. And after that, we really had several days, actually maybe 10 days, very slow movements after that. And then on the middle of the April, acceleration. And now we went, as you can see, to 94,000 price, and we were at 74,000. So it's a really big push for any kind of assets based on the percentage gain. So this is the best thing that can happen when we watch a daily chart. So we break the resistance, the trend line, and then very slowly move and then accelerate. This is the something that I like to watch. And related to the euro dollar, I give you one example that we got the news about CPA for the euro dollar, and you can see one thing: euro dollar is bearish. We are going down, as similar as British pound dollar. However, you can see that this push, it's not so huge as same as a British pound dollar. So we are a little bit slow. Actually, we started very well. Here you can see this is the beginning of this day. We almost broke this important price level. Then we started to go up during the Asia session, which similarly happened with British pound dollar. And then we had a very, very, very good push to the downside. However, here we started to go up, and the problem here is this candle. This candle is that moment when we got news related to the CPA. So we have much, much better than expected CPA results. On other side, very bad results for the US. And this impact a little bit that euro dollar has slower movement. However, because I expect to see bullish US dollar, and I see that all major currency pairs against dollar winning that kind of battle, I believe that euro dollar will start to go down accelerating in that path. But as you see right now, euro dollar is very similar to the levels that we had yesterday, just because of this CPA news. And because of that, if anyone miss trade on British pound dollar, euro dollar maybe can be interesting for that, because in one moment in euro dollar we start to go down if all currency pairs start to go against the US dollar. And of course, US dollar Japanese yen, I'm watching this pair because I want to see what will happen when we got very good US dollar index by bullish movement. However, for trading, I will avoid US dollar Japanese yen. I will trade US dollar Swiss. And today, I made the first position for the US dollar Swiss on a couple of my accounts. And I plan to add more because I'm entering this, I build this trade very, very careful. So I'm risking very small amount of money. It's a 0.2, 0.1%, believe it or not. So very small amount of money. And I'm putting a little bit larger stop loss, a couple daily average to range. However, I believe that this market can be very bullish if we see the US dollar breakout there. But like I said, right now, you see right now today, we have a little bit bearish candle, but this is something that I want. I want a little bit to be slow here when we break a relative strength indicator, and then to accelerate very fast. But for that, I need to see the US dollar index very close or above to 100, which is very important level for me, and I think psychological level for a lot of traders. So this is the something that it's very interesting. And just to finish this, my first attempt recapitulation of the market and my trading setups, I'm watching right now this table related to the various assets, and what I can see right now is very big bearish moves in the S&P 500, and I see the Tesla, 6%. Then I see for few stocks, I see very bad results today, which means that this speech of the Donald Trump in the early of this day was a little bit like a fair tale for for professional traders and investors. So right now, I think that actually I just want to hear your opinion about the opening range of the U.S. market, Richard. I think it will be better to hear from you because you monitor this market all the time.
Sure thing. And good trade there on the pound US dollar. Still looks really good, huh? Good call. All right, let me quickly share my screens.
Yes, please.
And there we go. All right, let's start here with the NASDAQ. So as that news came off, we start selling off, right? So what was that? About an hour ago, 8:30 a.m. EST, a bit more, hour 15 minutes. So really strong sell-off here. That being said, it looks like a strong sell-off on a 5-minute time frame, but since I am following that market on a 5-minute time frame, pretty much just still in a big range here. In fact, price just broke through that right now to the downside. So that could be a bit bearish, in my opinion, maybe leading into Friday. But yesterday I showed you this chart, a very simple chart analysis here, technical analysis, and this being on the S&P 500 is how price has moved into this area where we previously had lows, acted as support once, twice, broke through it, and has now pulled back into it. We also have a fair value gap that formed between this long-ranging candle, the second one, and this third one over here. Oh, sorry, that green one, red one, and this one. So we got support into resistance and a fair value gap that price has been struggling to get through for 4-5 days now. Today being the 5th day. So now we're currently seeing that decline.
Richard, right, can you just share the charts, please? Can you please just share the chart? Yeah, yes, please.
I wonder why did it not share on the first stage?
Yes, it just disappeared.
It disappeared. Sorry about that. No idea why. But yeah, this is a chart I was talking about, talking into thin air without a chart. but this is the S&P 500. Obviously, that strong sell-off that we've experienced since the end of Feb. And then we had this strong bounce back upwards again. Price has been struggling to get through this fair value gap, which was also previously an area of support, right? So this red zone that we have over here. We've been in there 1, 2, 3, 4 today, the 5th day, and finally we're getting a rejection down to the downside. So I was saying yesterday, price would need to really break through that zone and close above it properly, at least on the daily. On the weekly, it would be even more bullish in my mind. And then I think we could potentially be heading towards 5,785. But, these days, or not, I wouldn't say these days, but it's very important that you don't sort of anticipate things. You have to just, maybe formulate a plan around what you see. And currently I'm seeing bearish action from that area here, right? So price did not confirm that it wants to move higher. It's moved lower now. Still early days for today. We will have to see how this candle closes. But price really has been grinding very slowly upwards into that zone. It struggled to get through it, and now we're seeing a reaction lower. So potentially bearish. Who knows how things will react when that non-farm payrolls come out again on Friday as well. NASDAQ, strong decline. Price has now reached a previous low that we've seen here, which was a high low on the 25th. It broke below it, but after such a strong decline, I'll be very, very scared or cautious of trying to take a reversal back to the upside. But if things do set up, then potentially I'll just use a very small lot size and see if we can get into a trade here. Again, same strategy that I always follow. Wait for price to break key levels, whether this is the overnight session high lows, previous days high lows, high highs, high lows, whatever the case might be. Followed by a reversals, price structure break, and fair value gaps if they present themselves, then I'll get into trades. But yeah, very strong sell-off. We might just have a continuation to the downside by the looks of things. Right, crude oil on the other hand, we do have, let me see, at 10:30 a.m. Eastern, crude oil inventories. So yeah, I don't like trading into inventories for crude oil. That's almost like the NFP numbers for the indices, but for crude oil type of thing. You know, sometimes it's a non-event, but generally have quite a lot of fluctuation during that time period. We have the overnight session high at 59.79 and the overnight session low at 58.93. So we're stuck right in the middle of that range. Actually, it's a little bit higher, but I just use these highs because we've got closing prices and opening prices around about the same level, 59.79, 59.8-ish, to round things up. So yeah, if price would break this lower low and it is a decent amount of time before that numbers come out, then potentially I'll take a trade. Ideally, I would like to wait until after that numbers come out. Just maybe see a flush of one of these levels. If we see a very quick reversal in the opposite direction, then that might present an opportunity. Either long or short, it really doesn't bother me which direction it goes. It depends on how things set up first, or which direction it sets up first. Right, so that's pretty much it, guys. I mean, the ES as well as the NASDAQ look pretty similar, right? Very sharp sell-off currently.
Yes.
But yeah, looks terrible on a daily range. But as we've seen during this past few days, you know, you can get these V-shaped bottoms all of a sudden, and price reverses all of that decline within the afternoon session sometimes. So again, very, very whippy, very difficult to trade, I must say. A few trades have been scarce, except for that one I took on Monday, where I tried 3 times to get into the S&P. Well, not tried, I did trade 3 times, and with only the third one giving me a nice run into the downside. But then again, price sort of just halted in the middle of nowhere, and boom, straight back up again. V bottoms, and V tops. It's all over the show, so very difficult to trade. So that's what I'm looking at. I'll be monitoring things here on my side. I don't know if you guys got any more charts to show.
No,
but
not
really,
really.
that's it.
Just waiting for the news to come out in, I think, 6 minutes.
Yeah, it's in about 6 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to see. I think another bad news for US dollar. So it's interesting.
Igor, we got a question from Andre. Hi, Andre.
Yes.
It
Hello,
says, Igor,
Andre.
can the pound US dollar change its trend to bearish from 1.31600?
Yes, but actually, we are after the level 1.336, we can say that the intraday level we are already bearish, and I believe that British pound dollar can go really, really, really bearish to the 1.316, then 1.303, then 1.2095, 1.2850. So it can be really, really big push down. I think up to 1.27, we can say there is a high probability either for that kind of the push. Because as you remember, when we got a couple weeks ago, these crazy moves from 1.34 to 1.27 level. We got from all that levels just in, I think, 40 hours. And it was a really big, sharp move. And now we can get exactly the same path, but very slow, which can be very interesting and better for traders because you can have a multiple entries or exits and vice versa. So I'm really bearish for the British pound dollar. And the biggest mistake that I think the traders can make right now is think, oh, we are oversold, I will buy. Because right now I think relative strength index is around 20, and the traders can tell, oh, I will buy because the relative strength index is crazy. It's oversold too much. But it's just perception, because we can get a push, like I said, to retest 1.336. That push can be a little bit slow. We can touch that level beyond the relative strength index 50 and then go down, but nothing changed. We're really bearish. And this move, we already have more than 70 pips drop for the British pound dollar. And the interesting thing is this is not the end of the day. So we have enough room. And one thing just to remember, which is very important when we watch British pound dollar weekly, is that our weekly low for the British pound dollar is 1.328. So we have 50 pips up to the weekly low. So we are far away. We have enough room even for that low, maybe more. So we really have enough room for trades and for British pound dollar. So I think that this move can be very interesting and very big.
Would you like to share some charts there for us, Igor?
Yes, I can share my British pound dollar chart again, just to remove something that I put. Okay, I will just so as you can see right now, we are at the level 1.332, 77 pips, 0.6%.
It's sharing there. I don't see it.
Okay, again, sometimes it's losing.
It's being a bit funny today. Should come up now. There we go.
Here it is. Yes. So you see, so we are right now on the level 332. So it's almost 80 pips from the UK opening range, which is really good. And we're just in the beginning of the US session. So there is a plenty room for everything and for bigger drop. After this kind of the drop, this is very interesting technically. When you have this kind of drop, now to go up and the retest, UK opening range, it's a very small statistical chances. So we can retest 1.336, but to go here to 1.38 and it's a 34, it's a really hard. So this bearishness is really strong, and I believe that we can go further and down, and we don't have nothing special that can really change. Okay, we have 1 minute just to see this the final news related to the core PCA price index, but I assume it will be bad. And we got so many bad news for US dollar, and the price, nothing. There's no reaction at all. So we have 20 seconds more, and I just want to see what will be the results and will be any push on the price of the British pound dollar. So I'm watching right now. We're pending just to see the results.
1 minute, right?
Yeah, it has just
No, it should come up now, right?
Yeah,
I wonder
right
why
now.
my
Yes,
piece
yes.
is
we got results a little bit earlier so we can have advantage to other traders.
What's it saying? Is it bad?
Yes. So I have 1 minute before everyone. Yes. Yes, this is the 0%. 0% worse than expected. It was expected 0.1%. It's a 0%. And I just want to see the push. I will go to the 1 minute just to see this. So we have the news. The news are bad for US dollars. So British pound dollar should go up after this news. And look, just after the news, we got a bearish 1 minute candle, which is really, really, really crazy. So we don't have this kind of news. We didn't have in the past. So this is really, really, but like I said, what I expect to see, which will be healthy, a little bit push to retest this level. It will be nice. But like I see right now, there's no any push, which is strange for me. Okay, maybe we will have some kind of the push. Maybe, yes, there is a room for that. But as you can see, it's a when I watch right now these candles on 1 minute chart, I don't have any feeling that there was a just important economic news 1 minute ago. Look this. The same mode, the same fluctuation like 15 minutes ago or no, it's really crazy. So we're reaching the new lows right now. So yes, it's really, and the only thing that I'm just bothering is this euro dollar, because it stopped. This currency just stopped on these levels, and it's a little bit tricky. But I think when we just go below 1.1360, when we got early close below this level, because we will break the Asia low, I hope that we can see a bigger move downside for the euro dollar too, because all of this is related to the stronger US dollar, and I think that euro dollar should follow the leading British pound dollar. And like I said, British pound dollar is just going down. So this is it's beautiful for me, but I think for other traders, especially the traders that trade during the US session, we should see some kind of the push upside, and then maybe to retest this 336, and then maybe to go down. So this is the even you Richard, you trade very often this strategy related to fair value gap. So what do you think about this early candle here? Maybe this can be fair value gap. For
That
some
hourly candle
retracements.
closes. The second one of that formation is quite a wide body, right? But
Yes,
there
yes.
can be fair value gaps that occur all over the show, right? It's really matters where it occurs. Quite often, when you get a fair value gap during a breakout, for example, that's a very strong
Yes.
indication that you might have a lot of momentum during the breakout.
Yes.
But if it just sort of appears in the middle of nowhere, then it doesn't
Yes, yes.
necessarily have to chase it. It might not necessarily, act as support or resistance, depending if the market does go and retest it. So generally, you want to look for confluences and other stuff, whether that's your indicators or levels or whatever the case might be.
Yes, you're right.
But you quite often, when let's say there's one that appears in the middle of nowhere, price will quite often react from it, at least initially. But if you now build into system, so I want a level to be broken, I want a price structure break, so change of behavior or structure, then those all things that line up from a technical perspective. Then the fair value gap is just used as an entry zone or location.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And right now we are going lower and lower. So the news are completely rejected. So after the 5 minutes, the news are completely rejected. So this is the how market works right now. So there's no fundamentals anymore, just technical side of points. So it's really, but the good thing is what I'm seeing right now, what they're talking about is that euro dollar right now is breaking this critical level, and now we can get the push here. Now we can get maybe the larger push, but of course we need to wait to see how this hour will
what is the
react.
dollar
But
index
this is
doing?
the good stuff. Yes.
You were looking at the dollar index the other day. Can you maybe have a look at that again?
Yes.
Yeah, we were thinking that it's
yes,
going to
it's
give us a
going.
bounce, right?
Yes, there is a bounce here, and I expect to see here 100, which will be, so we a couple days ago we almost reached 100, and then we start to go down. And now if we break and touch this psychological level of 100, I think everything will change, because after that, if we start to go bullish, we will see, I think, maybe a larger move. Actually, like I showed you previously on the daily chart, we broke the relative strength index trend line already, and this is the early signalization what will happen in the future. For me, of course, this is why I'm use trend lines and relative strength index very often. But you can see this is the really beautiful slow push, and then we can go really high, because I know when we have this kind of the trend line breakout, and if it's very fast, we cannot reach so bigger prices then, usually. Even that looks beautiful, that initial momentum on the chart, it looks beautiful, but in reality, when we trade, we need this, and in that case, we really can go a lot higher. So I hope that we will go in the new stage and a little bit trade on the US dollar strengthening. So we will see what will happen there. Like I said, I'm back again to the euro dollar. The thing that I just said come true. Look, this is the really good thing. This is the really good thing right now. Yeah, this is the news that we already heard, but we broke this level, and now I hope the euro dollar will accelerate. Right now we touch 24 hours low, and we are going down, and the next level is 1.1330, and then if we break that will be, I think, a 7 days low, and then we go really down with the euro dollar. And this is good because right now US dollar index is going up, British pound dollar is already down, euro dollar following the British pound dollar, and we are going in the right good direction. So from my standpoint of view, the biggest mistake that people can make right now is to try to buy euro dollar, buy British pound dollar, and buy just because we are oversold. Or it's not good. It's really not good. So I hope that the traders will not create this kind of mistakes, because I know that a lot of beginner traders, the biggest mistake in the first days, the first year of trading, is this. You see the oversold, you see overbought, and you see some pattern, because you can always see some pattern in some moment. But you can, but this is not good. This is not good. You can do that, but yes.
Sorry, Igor. I've just had a setup occur here, and I had to hit market order because it's moving fast.
Please.
So this is crude oil. Is it adding? There we go. Literally, just like as this new candle opened, I had to hit market order there. Reason being, so I want to miss this trade. Everything's set up really nicely here. Again, during my time window, Only problem is like we have those crude oil inventories in a little while, so I might just, take profit if things work out or move in my direction. But price moved lower. Remember, I was saying if it breaks either the overnight session low or high, it did so. Switch to
Yeah.
1 minute time frame. We have a change of structure, although very minute, or break of structure.
Yes.
See, as price was coming lower here, little lower low, lower high, and then that strong candle to the upside broke that previous structure, break of structure, right? And then we had a very nice big fair value gap right there. And ideally, it would have been nicer to get in a little bit lower. You see, price has been testing it once, twice, 3, 4 times, and now it's been moving to the upside. So that's the trade, right? A stop loss goes below the first candle. In this case, is the actual, well, I won't say it's an actual low, it's too early to say that, but the low of that 3 candle formation. Okay, now we're getting a push to the upside. Again, I'm very wary that things might go haywire with the crude oil inventories. So depending how things go, I'll give it a few more minutes and maybe just get out of the trade, lock in, I don't know, $50, hopefully $100, hopefully $1,000. We'll see. But yeah, that's the setup. Again, just following the rules of the setup. A little bit of a crappy entry there. I would have liked to get in slightly lower, but it's only about five pips here on the WTI crude, so it's not too bad. But that's it. Ideally, would like to see a break of this previous high over here. Generally, when you trade, this is also a good idea, and this is obviously now not the best example to use here because we're trading into that crude oil report, but to take target at the opposite end of the overnight session, which is slightly below 59.79. So I've got it at 59.77. Again, playing it very close to those news events. So let's see. I see you got a few questions coming up, yeah? Robert?
Let's take a look. Yeah. Robert says, "Oh, the FOMO of waking up late and seeing the NASDAQ move." Yeah, I can't really say too much on that, but James asked, well, I don't know, Richard, do you want to say anything about that, or Igor?
No, nothing.
He's asking you, James asking Nandan, do you have any pairs you're looking to take based on the charts you use?
Yeah, so went over this a little earlier. Let's go into the price alert. So right now, the market is entirely choppy, and I'll do a really quick recap of exactly what I was thinking coming into today's market. So every single currency pair is pretty much chopped up. There are very few currencies. So pound Aussie was one of them I was looking at on the daily time frame. I wanted to break out of this 4-hour consolidation that we're currently in at 2.104, and then if a breakout occurs, then we have potential moving up all the way up to 2.154. These previous highs we made. Every single currency, since it's so choppy, what you have to do again is you got to go into chart planning mode, trading plan mode, and looking at the charts, see what trade setups are potentially there, because you have no consistency in any currency group. There's very minute weakness in the New Zealand dollar, and it's so irrelevant. I just don't even think anything of it because, looking at the economic news calendar, we have big news coming up in a few days. So Friday non-farm payroll. So that's pretty much the big one, and then Bank of Japan interest rate news tonight. But I looked at all the Japanese yen pairs; they look pretty garbage. So not that great. But pound New Zealand again, same thing as the pound Aussie, waiting for this breakout at 2.26, this little area right here. And this daily chart looks really nice. Trend indicators are starting to point up. And then the potential move all the way back to these highs at 2.326. But, we don't have any pound support, and the New Zealand dollar is very minute weakness in it. So I was talking about the dollar pairs. I thought the dollar pairs could reverse off of their major trends, for a few days. Aussie dollar and New Zealand dollar were two pairs that I was looking at. I didn't want to really give price alerts for these guys just because it's very hard to identify a complete breakout point. So with these dollar pairs, I'm strictly just looking at intraday momentum. When did the movement start on the smaller charts, 15-minute, 30-minute, 1 hour, 5-minute chart, whatever chart is displaying the best story. So currently I'm on the 15-minute chart on this Aussie dollar, and you did have a push to the downside with especially the Aussie dollar pairs today. There was some consistency for weakness and some dollar strength, but it's so we don't have any trends in place, so I'm just not interested in them. You certainly could have gotten into these pairs, but any trade you take just purely based off intraday momentum, there's no trend support, you got to scale back on your lot size. I'd say about 75%, and manage your expectations. Take profit and get out of a trade if you're up like 15-30 pips. So I don't know if these dollar pairs are going to continue cycling down against their major trends, but we'll see. And the Aussie dollar and the New Zealand dollar on the daily time frames, they look very similar. These trend indicators are about to pinch off, and they're starting to pull back on the 4 hours. So same thing with the New Zealand dollar. Just wait for the intraday momentum to kick in on this one. But I'm really not going to be trading this pair. I'm just going to remove that price alert because again, price alerts right now, they don't really matter. It's more just based off intraday momentum and being early into the move. If you're late into the move like you are right now and late into the session, it's not a good idea to trade. New Zealand CAD was very similar to the pretty much every other New Zealand pair as well, where you got very minute weakness in the New Zealand. Canadian dollar is not supporting you at all, and the chart on the 4 hour looks great, but you just don't have proper strength and weakness in play. And what happens when that occurs is you get choppy movements. So again, manage expectations. Go in with a smaller lot size. Make sure you have larger stops. Get your stop to break even as fast as possible, or just get out of the trade. You're not really holding these trades, so putting your stop to break even is it's very tough. You can get into 15 pips positive and you get sneaked out of it. You get snaked out of it, and then it reverses and goes 30 pips profit, and then it's just very tough to trade on the smaller time frame. So I think the best course of action, in my opinion, is just sit on your hands and wait for the news to come out, and you just got to wait for the market to shake itself out. It's too the market needs to choose direction, and there's no direction anywhere. Every single Forex pair is just going sideways, whether it be on the 4 hour or the daily. So, the market's not showing you a direction. So let it choose and let it shake itself out. And I think with the news calendar, you certainly got something to look forward to. So keep doing your analysis every day. Keep doing your weekly, daily, and 4 hour trend analysis, and then from there you look at what's going on with the news calendars. I personally never look at what the reports say. That's not, I'm not that great at analyzing that stuff. Igor is a lot better than me, so you can ask him questions regarding what these news reports mean. I just look at what's going on the chart. So but yeah, I think Richard wants to take it from here.
Yes.
I just wanted to say I got out of this. I think it was about this $52, nothing much for a few minutes of work. But I'm very scared of these news events, especially on crude oil. Can move quite a lot of ticks or pips in one direction very, very fast. So I'm just playing it safe. I'm out. Might go to the moon, might go against me. I don't really care. So out of that trade there, got in slightly worse than what I wanted to here by the fair value gap. and got out pretty much close to where price is currently at. So there we go. That's probably it for me from a trading side of things today, to be honest.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's not that great. It's very tough.
No.
At least for me, you know, it's horrible. Just got to sit on my hands. That's it. You know, James, you always got another trading opportunity right around the corner, so just wait for it. You know, it's the best thing you can do for trend trades.
Yes. So, guys, I can show you some things just to
please do.
Just to show a few things. I was just that first, what I wanted to show you right now, what's happened with British pound dollar. I hope that you will see that very soon. Yes. So this is something that I just talking about. On the 50-minute chart, I drew this line. See, you can draw this trend line, and you can see how we touch to the peak almost, and there is a reaction right now.
Yeah.
So you can see reaction right now. That reaction is not small because we were on the free 1, and now we are on a free. Yes, we are almost more than 20 pips in just a few minutes. And this is something that I talk about. So really good to maybe retest this price level here. Maybe to retest. And that would be really healthy, especially for the relative strength index indicator, because as you know, we just show 30 minutes right now. So we are just to see this price level. Yes, it's about 30, and we were 20. Now we are 30, and it's a good thing to a little bit go upside. Maybe even the better, maybe to trend line like this, touch again. Yeah, something to the 40. So we can go to the 40 relative index right now, and then to make a continuation to the downside. The biggest mistake that traders can make is to trade right now as a counter trade. It's okay, but if you enter just exactly to that price level, but this is very tricky, because very often after this speed you can very often just go and lose your trade very fast. But sometimes it's good. So we just touched this level, and as you can see, when we got the biggest acceleration to downside, after that this one big 1 minute candle, and now we are going up like some V shape. We are starting to go up, but this is the healthy thing. So this is not the trouble. This is not something that will lose the trend. The same thing we have for euro dollar, which is we broke the level. We started to go down, and in that moment we started to go up again. But for euro dollar, which is stronger the British pound dollar, this, I think, the same story. We will retest maybe some level here, maximum maybe level here. We will see something. We will retest, and we'll start to go down again. So nothing special there. And meanwhile, while we just monitor these charts, I saw one very interesting chart when Nandan just explained, and this is something that I monitor very often. It's a New Zealand dollar CAD, because this is sometimes very good for mean reversion strategies. I use only for the mean reversion strategies. So as you can see, first we can check this pair on a 4-hour chart, and you can see, like Nandan showed, that we are really showing some kind of the bearish move right now, and this can really accelerate downside. But for New Zealand dollar, I like, for example, to use mean reversion indicators. There is a lot of indicators that you can use for mean reversion. I'll just pick maybe some free and the most used on the trading view. As you can see, this is how these indicators looks like. So I will just maybe like teaching just a little bit, maybe people to hear something about that. If you decide to trade these pairs, where we had very often we reach to the mean reversion so many times, and this is very good for the slow burning currency pairs that's very, very slow, and you just sell to the top and buy from the bottom in the moment when you can do that. And I will just give you a little bit few things related to this. So this indicator that you watch right now, there is 100 indicators, but all these indicators are actually triangular moving averages. It's a smoothing moving average that people can use in trading. And what is the catch here? How we got these lines? It's beautiful, looks beautiful, but everything is very simple there. As you know, when we put a simple moving average on the chart, usually we have that line we get as we take the price. For example, if we watch the daily chart, we take a close price from the yesterday, then from the day before, and then we make some arithmetic median price, and this is a simple moving average. However, someone got idea to make a simple moving average from simple moving average. So you make a formula to do that, and when you do that, you get something that you just watch on the chart here. And why people doing this? Because when you do that, you get this yellow line, and that yellow line will very, very hardly change because it's a simple moving average, So it's a very small, even right now, we got the crazy news. It will change if we go in the direction of the market, but very, very slow. And in that case, you can play mean reversion because you get that line, which is very stable during the time. However, because we use that formulas, these kind of indicators repaint. So in the moment, for example, when we reach this low, the market was not like this that you watch. It was a little bit different. However, what is good is that you usually can calculate very easily. You can use Bollinger Bands instead of this. The very similar thing. You just go to the mean reversion to some upper level, lower level, and then you make an order just because you want to reach the mean again. However, what is the very dangerous here? The danger thing here is if you try to do that during the bull or bear market when the market and the price action is so strong and you want to trade against the main trend. So this you can do when market is boring. So these strategies for boring markets, because markets are very, very often boring, and then in that case you can just play to reach the median price. And the one thing that you can see here on the chart, if you see, for example, that we go below this rainbow with a bigger deviation than standard deviation, for example, this is maybe free standard deviation right now. Usually after that, we will not just touch the mean reversion. Usually we go a little bit higher in the opposite direction. And this is the good thing. So the same thing we got for the British pound dollar, if you remember my chart for the daily chart. So we got ultimate high on 1.34. And then after 2 months, we were on the ultimate low because the price dropped more than 1,000 pips down. And this is something that in mean version very, very often we can see on the chart. But usually, who wants to trade this, you can use 4-hour or 1-hour chart because there you can get very good movements there, and which will be very, very interesting for trading. And right now, I think this 4-hour chart is interesting because, like Nandan said, maybe this push to this price level for New Zealand dollar CAD can be interesting for some traders. We have really bearish momentum, so we are in the bearish trend, and we respect this mean reversion rules that usually price go to the mean reversion, go to the another line, and back and go for fight a lot of times up or down. So this is just something that I want to share. You can use any indicator because all these indicators are very similar, but remember they repaint. So it's dangerous to watch them and make decision only just because this indicator. and just to see how the British pound dollar is going right now. Yes, we make some kind of correction, which is good, and I hope that soon price will test the support from the previous support at the level 1.331. So I will wait to see that, and I will not close my trade. I will not be panic right now. Or price going up. I have enough profit. I will close my trade and something like that, because I need to be
Nice.
I need to be calm.
Bounce is normal, right?
Yes, it's a normal
Retracement.
So this trade can swing.
I just want to address a question here from James. James asking Richard, I think there's a price bounce off a trend line on the S&P. Can you take a look at the 4-hour chart? Let me just switch to that. Clearly getting a bounce here on the 5-minute. You are asking about the 4-hour, so I switched here to the 4-hour. From a trend line perspective, I can't really see which trend lines you're actually talking about here on the 4-hour. I mean, we can draw trend lines from these lows to that higher low here, this low to this low, which is probably not the ideal one to draw.
Your charts aren't shared yet.
It's gone off again.
There you go.
Yes.
All right. So this is the 4-hour time frame on the SPX 500. Just using trend lines, something I don't do, but price pretty far off a trend line, in my opinion, from just using the 4-hour time frame. Bounce from which 4-hour, well, trend line on which on the 4-hour chart, I'm not sure what you pointing out there, James. I can, however, show you the bigger picture view here on DES, which is the SPX 500, same thing. This is a channel I've been having on here for quite some time. I showed this a few weeks ago. See, this current drop that we had came very close to this previous high that occurred in Jan 2022. I'm using this as my operating angle for this channel to the upside. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. So Wednesday, the 19th February, down. Let's try to draw that. Yeah, so according to this chart, price has broken through that trend line to the upside. Now it's pulling back to it. Is that what you're looking at, James?
Have you switched screens, or are you still on the larger picture of the S&P 500, the gray chart? There you go.
There we go. Geez, all these buttons I have to press. I'm getting a little bit confused. Sorry about that.
Yes.
James, is this what you're talking about? Obviously, this high that we've had,
Yes.
trend line swinging downwards, price broke above it, pulled back to it. That is the one. All right. So, yeah, you could probably say that's a retest, right? Price bouncing off it. That being said, since this trend line has been broken, it might act as support now again. It's been testing it quite a few times, actually. But just a trend line, it's not enough for me. That being said, price is in very close proximity still to this fair value gap and these previous lows, the zone that I've been looking at earlier. So do we break below the trend line again? Potentially bearish. Do we break above that area we had support and that fair value gap? Then that would be bullish in my mind. So it's all about what price is going to do within the next couple of days. I'm actually just want to get this week over, to be honest, and see if we can start getting some movement here. Things have been sideways. Yes, it's been grinding upwards, but one could probably say that's still a type of a range, right? Just mentioning quickly as well, to the downside here, we also have a fair value gap here, which is actually a good indication of support that price has just tested. So maybe this is something you should mark up in your charts. We got that upper area of that zone at 5,557-ish, the lower end at 5,521. If we break and close above there, I would say at least on the daily, that could potentially be bullish for next week. All right. If we manage to break below this fair value gap that I've just identified, close below that trend line you've pointed out, then we might move deeper. Right? We got another fair value gap right here. That's been tested before, but they become inverse, what we call fair value gaps, if price actually breaks them. And they can actually then, if price breaks it and they don't act as support, they can next time act as resistance. But these could be areas that price can travel to. This one's been tested already, where this one has just been tested. So I'm still thinking we're going to muck around until Friday, to be honest. And then hopefully find some direction. So, yeah, hopefully that helps you out. Maybe keep an eye on those zones that I've marked out, the fair value gaps, as well as these previous areas of support with that fair value gap that price is currently in. And then, maybe just wait for price to tell us what it wants to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Cool. I just want to quickly look here at crude oil. So we had a nice move up out of that news. Let's just quickly look what the numbers were. Yeah, so less than inventory, minus 2.7 million compared to the minus 0.6 million forecast. So that's quite a substantial amount. So reacted upwards, price moving lower again. Am I angry that I didn't hold for a few dollars more? No, definitely not. Because it looks like price was going all the way up, and look at this now again. Boom, back downwards.
Yes.
So, yeah, a quick, nice little trade there. So I'm happy with that. And move on till tomorrow. I think we still got, about 9 minutes left in today's session. So I doubt there'll be another trade going on, yeah? But yeah, guys, that's me.
Yeah, I guess
it's difficult to say this way, that way. You can technically say if price does this, then react, it might do that. But for now, it's not really doing much. Yes, it's volatile, especially on the indices, up and down. But for me, it's pretty much just stuck in a very large, slowly upwards grinding range. And there's nothing to do until we get a clear breakout out of that.
Yeah. I was gonna say the same thing for Forex markets and anything like gold and stuff like that. You get into all this choppiness that we got going on, you get whipsawed like crazy, and you start to question yourself, man, do I even know how to trade? so you know how to trade, you know what to do, which is nothing. Don't do anything. That's for me. I'm not doing nothing. It's vacation time pretty much. Just wait until things shake themselves out. Wait until they clear out all that junk on the smaller time frames, like the 4 hour on majority of these Forex pairs. They're just stuck in ranges. It's not. They don't look that great, and gold specifically, it's in a humongous range, 1,000 pip range. It's fine for trading, but the smoothness of the range is not there. So that's what just scares me with gold specifically. Yeah, every other currency is the same. So if you start to question yourself on do I even know how to trade? You do know how to trade. You just need to understand and what the market conditions are. Certain systems work better in different market conditions. For me personally, I like to use a trend trading system, and You can adapt it to a range trading system as well, but the ranges have to be large and smooth. So it's pretty much
Yeah.
like you're taking a trend trade, but on the smaller time frames, if that makes sense, like the 1 hour or the
Mm,
4 hour. But
mm.
yeah, since there's no trends available, my system isn't gonna really work in this point in time. There's other people I've seen on YouTube, they love this period of time. They make the most amount of money when the market gets choppy because they use, I don't know what the hell they do, but they
So
trade with
so they say.
yeah, yeah. So personally, you got to understand what your system looks for, what conditions your system thrives in, your rules thrive in, and you know it happens. The market changes constantly, so you have to be able to adapt.
Yeah, absolutely. 100% agree. I mean, it's like this crude oil trade. I mean, it should be bullish, but I don't really pay too much attention to, what the numbers are.
Yeah,
Just don't want to hold into it, which is I used to do. But back in the days, people tell you that's very bullish. Maybe it still is, and this is just a little correction. But I mean, we're
yeah,
looking at a 1 minute time frame. It's a very small lens of the actual bigger picture view of things. So, yeah, in a bigger picture, we're still coming down pretty strong, right?
yeah,
Yes.
Anyway, bit of a frustrating week, that is for sure. But I
yeah, for
haven't
sure.
traded much. I traded Monday and today a very small one. So we'll see how the rest of the week goes. Not much time left, to be honest.
Yeah, for me personally, this is like the point where I would lose all the money that I would have made earlier this month. This because it's because my system doesn't thrive in these conditions.
Hmm.
Any profit I would have made off trend trading is given back in these times. So the money saving technique is, if you absolutely have to take a trade and you think it's a great opportunity, scale your position size back, manage your expectations, try to get your stop to break even, and honestly, I think if you're a news trader, this is a great time for you. Maybe not with the recent news announcement that have happened, but I'm certainly looking for news. I would never really sit in front of the computer just looking for market momentum to take over. I think news is going to be your best friend here in terms of things really clearing out and showing and choosing a direction. I don't think just regular market momentum is going to do anything. So pay attention to those news calendars again. I can't really say anything else. I don't think any of us can really say anything else.
Yeah.
One question.
The
One
thing is
question.
with news, it's a lot of traders think, especially when you're a beginner, it's like, this should be bullish or this should be bearish. But
Yeah.
very often, the markets react completely opposite to what, you know, should be happening in inverted commas.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I
That's why I
mean?
never
So
pay attention to what the
being a
news.
news trader, it can also be quite difficult.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Nandan, I have a question for you. Last couple Asia sessions were really low volatility for a lot of Forex pairs.
Yeah.
What is usually you do when you have that tight ranges for some major Forex pairs during the Asia session? Do you find that moments are good maybe for swing trades? Do you make a swing trades sometimes when you have a tight Asia movements?
Yeah, with the Asian session, I hate trading in the Asian session. It's funny enough because this month has been, all my trades that have worked have been in the Asian session, with gold specifically. But I think gold is a whole different animal. I think gold you can trade if you have consistency any time of the day. Just, Asian session
Yes.
or main session, it's a very powerful instrument. But as regards to Forex pairs, the only pairs I'm looking to trade in the Asian session are going to be pairs like the Aussie dollar, New Zealand dollar, and the Japanese yen. So
Yes,
any of
the
those with
active
cross
debts.
currencies. Yeah, and to further that, I'm really in the Asian session only looking for red news announcements on the Forex news calendars, just because what typically happens in the Asian session is there's a lot of reversals, and the volatility is just so low that even if you do get into a good trend trade, it's just most likely going to reverse in that
Yes.
shift from the Asian session to the main trading session. There's a little bit of a dead period. can get into a lot of just low volatility. So it kind of sucks. Personally, that's like afternoon for me. So I'm doing other things usually at that time, but yeah, I don't really like to trade it. I just lost too much money in the Asian session before.
Yes.
I just thought, it's better
Yeah.
not to do it. Only trade it when there's news coming out and there's potential setups, that the news
Yes.
could break through. But yesterday was a perfect example. I think we had a bunch of Aussie dollar news that came out in the Asian session, a bunch of red news drivers. I came to the computer in front of the computer. I was hoping that pound Aussie would kind of shoot up again, but nothing happened. I looked at it for 5 seconds, saw what happened. I said, "Well, time to go to bed."
Smart.
There's nothing great. Yeah, it's
Smart.
very tough to trade in those Asian sessions.
Yes.
Very
I
very
know that.
few times a month you get an opportunity there.
Lads, we have reached the end of our session.
All right,
Are you guys on tomorrow morning again?
I'm on Friday.
Friday. Cool.
Yes,
Right,
and
I'll
the
be on
second
tomorrow
session. Yes.
morning. James, Robert, Andre, thanks for all the questions. Hope
Thank
you guys
you.
have a fantastic rest of your day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great session, guys. Have a good one.
All right.
We'll
Thanks,
see you soon
guys.
again.
Bye bye,
Cheers.
friends.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Hey, Howard.
Hey. Hi there.
How are you doing?
We must stop meeting like this. Very good, thanks.
Yeah, I also think
Paul.
so. Hey, Paul, how's it going?
Late, apparently.
Not really. Still within the minute, so I guess that's fine.
Yeah.
How's things going? I haven't spoken to you for some time.
Oh yeah, it's going all right. Just a busy day, lots of recording. Sorry, I'm having a bit of a bad hair day. I'm just going to turn the camera off while I sort that out. Carry on.
Hey, it's not really a kind of a problem for me these days. Yeah,
Very
limited a little bit limited on the hair front. So what can you do?
Why do you think I've grown my hair long?
All right. Well, today was. There was a lot of news events today. We had. What was that? Non-farm employment chains, GDP, advanced GDP,
ADP, GDP.
Yeah, all of that kind of stuff. And at 4 p.m. we had core PCE price indexes as well. I see all of the markets responded or reacted to that. Excuse me. I'll start if you don't mind. I'll start with
weak numbers. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I'll start with. Start with the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ had a down day today. Pre-market, I'll show you now on the smaller time frames. Pre-market started to sell off. Obviously, with all the news events and so on, it was pushing lower. but it found support here where it broke through that resistance level, and now it's finding support. But it's still a pretty heavy looking candle. It's not really something I would like to go long on right now. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but we're still between this support level and that 200 EMA. If you look at the smaller time frames, yeah, you can see the price. This was pre-market, and this was the news event. And we went all the way down to S3 on the pivot points, and that's where it started to find support and rejected from that point, which is also the support level on the daily time frame, back to the upside. So yeah, I think in terms of trading it from the open, well, I mean, the first 15 minutes is typically when I stay away, and that's exactly when we got that push lower right to that S3. If you get to S3, which doesn't happen every day, you don't want to go below that, because that is pretty extended already. Okay, you get your pivot point S1, S2, S3. S3 is really extended. So once you get to S3, you don't really want to take a short at that level. You know, it's almost like trying to take a short at when price is at the daily ATR, for example. You want to, you know, so. And then you try to take a short from that moment. It's just not a good idea. So that's pretty much exactly what happened over here. Yeah, so that's the NASDAQ. Do you have any questions on that? All clear?
Yeah, I think yesterday we were looking at it thinking it was a little bit overdone and maybe it needed a little bit of a shakeout. But as you say, it's not closed yet. We don't know whether it needs a bit more to complete the correction. But
yeah, I think like what I would like to see here on the daily time frame is at least a bullish close candle.
Yeah,
this for me is not. It's still pretty heavy.
Yeah,
because the next day can very easily trade into that shadow, maybe close below, and then we kind of where we've been for the last few days. So yeah. So that's the NASDAQ. Paul, do you have any thoughts on the NASDAQ? What's your thoughts on the NASDAQ?
You guys are ahead of me with the news events today, I'm going to be honest with you. And considering that I trade, I think no one needs to hear from me on that.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. So then we have the pound US dollar. The pound US dollar has been going down today. And if you look at exactly where it started to stop, now this is the other thing. Like if your bias is bearish, pretty much what I just showed you on the NASDAQ, and you are an intraday trader, so you want to close your position for the day, where would you take your profit? Well, you can look at the smaller time frames and say, okay, maybe that bullish candle there. But I mean, how do you know? This is in hindsight, obviously, because the next candle can just push lower. But if you look on the daily time frame and you look at your ATR, so you look at how much it's moved for the day, it moved 105.8 pips. The 14 ATR is 105.4 pips. So pretty much right on the money there, 105.4 pips. But if you are a swing trader and you wanted to keep this trade open for longer, then obviously you'll ignore that, which is what I'm doing. I am short on the pound US dollar, as you know, mainly because of this rejection level on the weekly time frame. We came right up to that rejection, right up to that resistance line. And Paul, you were not. We haven't spoken for some time, so I'll just kind of quickly bring you up to speed. This was the level I was interested in, the 1.336 level. And then I wanted to see how price behaved at that level. Obviously, you want to see price struggle at that level and then reject away from that level. And that's when I'd be interested in going short. But we didn't get that. It just pierced straight through. So that trade was dead in the water. But the next resistance level was right up to the weekly resistance. So if I just go back to the weekly, right, that's the weekly resistance level. So that's obviously the next level of interest. So again, when you get to that level, you want to see price struggling there and rejecting away from that level, which we got. That's exactly what happened. So I was interested in taking a short, and today I did go short, and it worked out pretty well. But yeah, I'm also in this trade for a longer period of time. I think, and I could be wrong. I fully get that. But I think we're going to go back to this 1.32 level. That support, we spoke about this support level. because price already tested this support level and it played out, this makes this support level pretty weak. So if we do come down to this level and it bounces off, I think we can expect a pretty weak bounce. It just depends on how sharp it kind of approaches this level, because then you can use Fibonacci levels to see how far you can expect this to retrace. And then it will, I think the probability is definitely there for it to break this level and then go down to the stronger support levels, which is, again, this 1 point, based on this daily high here, I think this would be the ultimate price, that 1.30 level, 1.301. And the level just above that, the 1.306, that is the 50% Fibonacci retracement level. So if it does go down there and it doesn't just break out to the upside, then you just need to like focus on how price behaves at those levels, and make sure it does find support there and it does struggle at those levels and it does turn around and not just pierce through, like basically what we got here. If it does something like this at the support level, you're going to stay away. But if we get something like that of one of those key levels, then it's definitely game on. And then that would be, if we can get this level, then I think this could be, definitely for me anyway, it could potentially be the trade of the year, okay? Because I think then we're going to break those highs. But the other scenario, of course, is it could just struggle here and range and then break out, and then I'm going to have to readjust. And maybe wait for a retest of the breakout level. Okay, so those are just, they are, as you know, I like to have just 2 scenarios, not 7 or 8, because you just end up in analysis paralysis land, and it's not a fun place to be. You're just kind of confused. You draw all sorts of lines everywhere.
Analysis paralysis land for years.
Tell me about it.
Yeah. So, but if you just narrow it, for me anyway, if you can just narrow it down to 2 possible scenarios, it kind of simplifies everything. For me, definitely short, and everything else I've explained to you. But if we just have a look at the dollar index again, we are at that weekly support level. So if we do get a decent retracement there, then we could get these levels, and that would be great.
Yeah. When you say at the level, we've actually broken it, right, and closed below it.
How do you mean?
On dollar.
Oh, you mean the dollar index?
Yeah, you say we're at the level.
Yes, like we did break through last week, and it looked like, oh, it's not going to find support, but it reversed, and it closed pretty much right on that level, giving that very strong bullish hammer right on that support level. So for me, that's pretty bullish.
Yeah. So you don't see that as a proper break then?
Not if it reverses and closes back inside. No. Look, the new week was just breaking lower from Monday. It was just going straight down. So it looked like at the time, obviously you judge a candle once it's closed, not while it's busy forming. And that's the same with this current candle. But for me, this candle or this support level will be invalidated if price breaks this low here. Maybe not just, yeah. If it closes below here, then that would be completely invalidated. But for, now,
do you look at closes at all in terms of breaks? Because in terms of, if we did like a Dow theory type thing, then the lowest point we've done a couple of closes below it. I know some people look at Dow theory and look at closing prices rather than the wicks.
Yeah, I mean, no, I don't do that. Look, I just look at. I'm just telling you what I can see here. Like if you look at this particular candle right there, or even the one right next to it, this is a pretty strong candle right to the support level. The next one kind of closes inside the previous candle's wick. Now you know that when I see that, no, I've showed that on Bitcoin and another of other. I think perhaps the pound US dollar as well. But when you get a very strong push to the downside and the next candle closes inside the previous candle's lower wick, then that's a bullish formation in itself.
So you're suggesting that, in your opinion, that it's the momentum which has pushed it just below support and it's most likely to be a bear trap. Is that kind of what we're talking about here?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because that is a legitimate. I mean, I'm with Howard on this principally, but In crypto, of course, we get a lot of bear traps, and you can't act on them until you've had an extra level of confirmation that it's going down. So I completely appreciate that. So there's two schools of thought for sure, but it's just different approaches, right?
Yeah, I think that, yes, no, you're right.
Well, I don't know if I'm right.
No, you're right in terms of there are two different ways of looking at this. So I don't think there's a right and wrong. But for me, like if you have to stack probabilities, right? We are at the support level. Okay, that's a fact. We do get this bullish hammer, right? That's another fact. So we're holding the support. So that's just really simple. So the probability for me is definitely exists for this to pull back. So that's just how it's very, very simple. And then I'll just show you exactly what I mean. Like if we have a look at Bitcoin, we'll go into Bitcoin in a little bit more detail. But remember, Bitcoin on, I'm gonna have to find a clean one. Was it the monthly? Yeah. So this is another example. You may remember this. So you get a very strong push to the downside, and then the next candle closes inside the previous month's lower wick. That's a bullish formation within itself. Okay, yeah. But it's not enough. We still spoke about, I remember the first 2 days we're pushing up, and we talked about it needs to come lower first, and then that support level will serve like a magnet almost. But this is a bullish formation. Very strong push, and you can see it here as well. Right there as well. Very strong push to the downside. The next candle closes inside the wick. That's a bullish formation in itself, and then you get that reversal. But on the dollar index, we get exactly the same thing. Very strong push to the downside, forming the next candle closes within the previous candle's lower body or lower wick, and you're also on the support level. You see, so that's just kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's a good tip. I like it.
Yeah, I use it a lot.
Backtest it maybe, but yeah, for sure. It's different. I mean, this is what we're doing, right? I mean, there's so many different ways to approach this, and context is important for sure. But it's really good. Great tip. I like it.
Yeah, but all by itself, I don't think it's very useful all by itself. But the fact that we are on a support level does kind of increase the probability. Here's another example right here. Big push to the lower side. Then you get a close within the previous candle's lower wick, and then the next candle reverses. Okay, now it did push higher, not much, and then we completely failed. And it was invalidated for me when it broke this bullish candle, that low. That's the point when it's invalidated. And so the same applies here. When it breaks the low.
Would you also say, sorry, mate, would you also say that, say, for example, it hadn't made its way down to that level with such gusto, and it had maybe 2 or 3 more candles in the process of moving towards that support level? Are you saying that you would treat these new candles slightly differently if it didn't quite have that crash?
Oh, it's very difficult to answer, Paul. I don't know. I'm going to have to look at the candles. But no, I think, look, I mean, just very, very simple. You are at a support level and you get a bullish hammer, and the inside candle, yeah, that's it. Really simple. And also the fact that we've been melting down since the beginning of the year. I just feel like we do need to get some sort of correction. That's just how I see it. And obviously, whatever I see here needs to kind of match with what I see on the pound US dollar.
Yeah.
Okay, so they kind of have to more or less say the same thing. So we got the rejection of the weekly resistance. So that's why I took the short, right? So does that mean that this is definitely going to go lower? No, but I mean, the way I stack probabilities is like, all right, you know, we're bouncing off like you're just stacking probabilities. Like if I go back here to the dollar index here, if I asked you, look, I just told you the reasons why I feel there's definitely a probability for this to retrace. What is the probabilities for the opposite? Why are you confident that it's going to just break the support level? Okay, because we're getting this very strong bullish hammer right on the support level. what are the opposite? Because I'm open for, you kind of have to weigh them up. It's like, probabilities for the one scenario and the probabilities for the other scenario. So what are the probabilities for the other scenario to play out? Your time starts now, gentlemen.
Well, give me a minute. I'm still thinking.
I'd say for me, the fact that it's broken through with a lot of gusto, and it's kind of settling around and below it. It wasn't one of those kind of like slightly marginal breaks and massive reversals. We basically closed towards the top end of last week's candle, and this week so far we're just literally just going nowhere really. So there's no kind of thrust to the upside as of yet. Anyway, we've got non-farm payrolls anyway, so that could all change.
Yeah, NFP could be the deciding factor. But anyway, hopefully what I'm trying to explain to you, why I'm bearish on the pound US dollar, and also why I feel the dollar index definitely it's there. The probability definitely exists for this to retrace. Yeah.
Sounds good.
It was.
You don't have to agree with me. Just don't come try and borrow money from me when I make all that money. All right.
No promises.
Yeah.
All right.
For me on this sterling dollar, in the short term, on the kind of time frame that you're looking at, I suppose I'm kind of bullish above 132.80. That little block that you can see there that we just broken into and formed that lower shadow. That's kind of the
132.80.
Yeah, which is the low from of the big up candle on the daily, which is, I think it's the low for that whole candle.
This is 132.80.
Yeah, basically the low.
Okay.
Yeah, the low of that move higher, basically. I think that's my kind of threshold in terms of, okay, we're going to see that correction that you're talking about or you're looking for.
Okay.
But in the absence of that, I'm kind of looking for kind of bullish reversal and then get back in on the long side.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. Like for me, like if I'm wrong here and it breaks that weekly resistance, then I'll just take it from there. But that's the only time when I'll start to look for an opportunity to go long. I won't go long anyway in here. But no. I don't like to take longs right at resistance levels. It needs to just get away, break out. I don't want to be any part of it. Like when it comes down, then I'll be interested, but not at that crucial level, because it's very, very difficult to get right. Because it could just fail. Very similar to let's have a look at Bitcoin, for example. Bitcoin, I only placed 2 trades in the last month, and that was obviously that long trade to 94, and then I tried to take a short, and I was hoping to take profit there. It didn't work, and that was it. Nothing since then. But we've just been ranging right at that resistance level here, which is the high of that. This is the high of the wicks here on the daily time frame, right? That's the level. So the take profit area was on the body of the candle, but the resistance is obviously at the highest point. And we've just been trading sideways, and today we broke lower, but there was a number of occasions where you could very easily be tricked into this trade, like when it broke out there. You never got, even though it closed outside, you never got that, that follow through. You just never got that. So you got just back into this. So you are in this range here on that resistance level, and this is either going to break out or it's going to roll over like a good dog. It's just going to one of those two things. But again, I feel like we are very similar to, the pound US dollar. If it does break higher, if it does go back to the weekly resistance level, I'm just not interested at those levels. And this is exactly how I feel about Bitcoin. I'm not interested where it's right now. It needs to come lower, much lower, to, I don't know, 19.5, maybe even 88. One of those levels. Kind of it needs to, and then just have a look at how price action behaves at those levels. But Or if it just breaks out, again, just two scenarios. It's going to pull back or it's going to break out. If it does break out, then wait for a pullback. But it's definitely been struggling this whole week. Even if you look at the daily time frame, you see this candle couldn't even break that upper wick. It was just came pretty close to it, but it's now forming this almost like a bit of an inside candle there. It's only Wednesday, and Bitcoin trades over weekends as well, so the weekly candle is made up of Saturdays and Sundays as well. And NFP will definitely have an impact on Bitcoin as well, right? And it does react to news, and this may have been a reaction to today's news events as well. I don't know, but for Bitcoin, I'm just sitting on my hands. I'm definitely just not interested in this at all. Not right now. It needs to come much lower, or as I said, just kind of break out of this nasty little range, and then maybe it will start to grab my attention, but not now. Yeah. So that's it from me. God bless. Have a good night. No, that's it from now. But
it's been real.
Yeah. It's been emotional. All right, over to I guess over to you, Howard, please, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. Just 1 second. Let's have a look at the euro first of all. Let's have a look. 1 second. Let's go. Yeah. So hopefully we're coming back in with a bit of luck. Try that again. Right, try that again.
There we go.
Okay. So here, yeah. So basically, the kind of your dollar index, but in reverse. Last week, long upper shadow, week close, coming on the heels of 1, 2, 3 pretty strong weekly closes. So in kind of correction mode at the moment.
Sorry to interrupt you, Howard. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. But there is another example of a candle closing inside the previous candle's wick. Big strong candle. Yeah, you see that? Big strong candle to the upside. The next candle closes inside the previous candle's upper wick, and then the next candle reverses. Sorry, I just wanted to point out that there's another example. Yep. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
as
gotcha.
you were.
Gotcha. Yeah. So yeah, so you had that, and then that was the kind of the final consolidation before that big ramp higher, and then it reversed. So closed, pretty weak, and this week so far we're just literally going sideways with a slight negative bias on this thing. So the key level here was 112.75 or so, which was still significantly above. Interesting, I guess if you can compare that a little bit with dollar index, maybe we're perhaps a bit higher on euro dollar vis-a-vis the dollar index equivalent level. So euro dollar kind of broke and settled, closed above on two weekly closes above that swing high, but in the short term, yeah, a little bit of chop, I guess, just to unwind the thrust higher. It tends to do that where you get some pretty big moves in the direction of the trend, and you get 1 or 2 little candles where the market just sort of goes sideways, slightly counter trend. Big thrust down, slightly higher, then thrust down, slightly higher, etc. So we're in that kind of phase at the moment. In terms of the short-term action, so just going into the daily, just kind of get that moved up a little bit. Yeah, so we had the big down day here, and we've essentially gone sideways to slightly higher. Then today we've had a bit of a reversal, so we're stuck in a range on euro dollar. For me, I guess the equivalent level to 32.80 on cable is really this one here at 113.30 on euro dollar, which we're thinking about having a test today. Be interesting to see whether it takes it out or not. But while it holds above that level, I'm looking for the market to kind of hold, and then to start to move higher again, maybe tomorrow. So until if we took out that level, then I'd be happily saying we're going to see a second leg of this correction, perhaps back down to the old break point on euro dollar. But while we're above it, I'm kind of waiting for a base to form and then get back in on the long side. So that's really where I stand. I'm a mega bull on euro dollars still. So it's just a question of really what it does at this level here, whether it breaks it or whether it bases above it and then starts to move higher. Interestingly enough, I'm just going to show you the kind of move I'm looking at, where down here where we had the kind of the market basing out, we had a kind of a little break lower, but no big kind of thrust on the downside. And then the next day we saw the powerful move higher. So I'm looking at something like that maybe happening tomorrow. It depends on where we close. Right now it looks quite weak, so can't really kind of call the same pattern exactly at the moment. So let's see where the thing closes today. So that's euro dollar, just really kind of just choppy, with a slight downside bias at the moment. So cable we looked at 32.80 is my kind of key level in the short term. We're still kind of above it. Quite a nice down day here for you, Jannie. But for me, as long as we're above that 32.80, the low for that strong up candle, I'm still kind of holding a bullish bias and waiting for the confirmation on the upside, which we've not yet got. Onto dollar yen. So dollar yen, a similar kind of idea, where there we go. So the big picture on dollar yen really for me is this kind of topping process on the long term chart, the weekly chart. We've had a big strong move lower, a kind of ABC correction of it, wave 2, and then we're starting to trend lower in the early stages of what I think is wave 3, which will take us much lower. Shorter term, I guess a similar kind of thing where you had 3 pretty strong down weeks for the dollar, and the 4th week last week we attempted to break lower, but we reversed. So kind of a little bit overextended on the short term basis. Big support down here, so not a bad place for the thing to base out, at least temporarily. This week so far, tried to break lower, bounced a little bit from the weekly low, but we're still stuck inside last week's range. So it might be an inside week and then we break lower next week. It could be something like that. Yeah, so still extremely bearish on this thing. If it were to kind of
sorry, and I just want to ask you, like, don't you feel that strong engulfing candle on that support level means that you could potentially get a deeper correction?
Potentially, yeah, potentially. But for me, I think the way that this thing is unfolding, where we've had like the first leg down and a correction of it, and now a bit more thrust here, I think we're doing this kind of swing correction here. The key levels, the low for that wave 1 there.
Okay. Hi, so Robert.
I think to see you. That was kind of the opportunity for the buyers to really take this thing higher. But I think because we've seen this. Hi, Robert. Yes, of course, it's a nice strong candle at support. So technically, it could well be a good place to think about buying it for multi-week rally. But I think for me, the way I've my kind of scenarios unfolding on the long term is that this is really kind of like an acceleration phase, a double top, if you will, on a long-term chart, which once this goes, it really could be acceleration mode, I think, on dollar yen. So I'm playing it from the short side still, despite the kind of one swallow type thing in terms of rebound from the low. Onto the daily. So I had the kind of the 144s as the kind of area for the thing to top out. It kind of fell short. Well, the rally topped out just a little bit above 144 even, and then 2 days ago we saw that big powerful move down inside bar, or well, close enough to it yesterday. An attempt at breaking higher, but for me, we're still correcting this move down. I think that was the end of the correction for me. So end of the correction, first leg down of the new bear phase, sideways to higher correction, and then if not today, then maybe tomorrow we start to see some continuing weakness, I think, on this thing. So yeah, so that's essentially where I am on. I know that you know, some of these weekly candles on the dollar are looking like there is a correction, a stronger correction in the offing. But for me, the way that we've broken through on euro dollar and closed above it, settled above it, and just the structure on dollar yen kind of tells me that this bounce is really, it's not going to be what you think it is. I think it's something a bit more shallow, and that eventually will start to break down. But yeah, it remains to be seen, I guess. It remains to be seen.
Yeah, like, did you? Sorry, like maybe I've missed it, but did you show the weekly time frame? I just wanted to get your thoughts on or did you start? You did start with the weekly. Sorry. Well, what's that? That's the daily.
Yeah, this is the weekly.
Oh, that's
the weekly.
Yeah,
that's the weekly right there. Yeah.
See, this is like, for me, that's such a strong bullish rejection of a support level. So I know we trade differently, and some you get some and I get some, but but I just think that's a pretty strong rejection.
So what would you?
Only time will tell.
Would you be buying weakness or buying strength after that candle?
I would definitely be buying weakness.
Okay.
So if it comes down, I would buy. So if you go to smaller time frames, for example, I'll probably can show.
Yeah, go for it.
So right over here.
Okay. Okay. Did you want to show your chart?
Yeah, sorry, I was just like selecting the screen and all that. See, that now for me, this bearish candle, this is the daily, right? So there's the support level. Okay, we're bouncing off the weekly. You're getting this. This is a really strong rejection right off this the support zone, yeah. And this is a pretty steep. I know I always talk about the steep kind of moves. When you see, like, for me anyway, when I see like it's been, it's got that steep kind of angle, then I always want to see a retracement first, because I'm still bearish on the dollar yen. I'm also bullish on the pound US dollar, believe it or not. I just feel where we are right now, we're going to see the opposite for the next few weeks, and then we're going to see the ultimate move to the highest. But maybe again, you could be right and I'm wrong, but that's just kind of how I see it. But that's the weekly, so I would definitely be looking for an opportunity to go long based on the weekly. If you go to the daily, right, that we had this very bearish candle. For me, that's a shakeout. That's just a shakeout. The very next candle forms that inside bullish candle. This is the point where I'm bullish. Right there, at the close of that daily candle. Yeah, because if this is bearish, it's supposed to follow through. It couldn't even break the open. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I mean,
it makes sense.
Okay, well,
It's perfect sense.
but it all stems from I mean, I know you you're mainly an Elliott wave trader, right? But sometimes, but not strictly. You trade other things as well. Or?
Yeah. For the shorter terms. Yeah, for the shorter term stuff, I'm much more kind of price patterns and candles and bars based.
Okay, so I wait for key levels, and then I want to see rejection of key levels. So very simple, and that's why this is a key level. we're getting a rejection of a key level. I'm interested, right? Not to go short, but to go long. That's it, right? It's the same with the pound US dollar.
Yeah.
Right? There's your weekly resistance. We're rejecting off the weekly resistance. I'm interested in going short. It's very, 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 very basic, right? Not a lot of thinking needs to go into that. That kind of works better for me. Otherwise, I just like confuse myself. Like, could do this, could do that. Like,
oh god, yeah, too many scenarios. We don't want too much of that.
Yeah, so there's always just two scenarios for me. It's gonna hit that resistance and reject. If it rejects, I'm interested in the opposite direction. So that's how I feel exactly about the dollar yen. We came to the support reject. I'm interested in the long, right? Even though I'm still bearish over the long term, it's like it's definitely going to not definitely. For me, the probabilities is definitely stacked towards going long. Okay, my success rate is not 100%, so obviously I don't get it all the time, but it works for me consistently. So I tend to stick to that approach.
That works.
Trading off key levels. Yeah, like as long as you get, like, obviously you, like, again, this was a key level for me, right? Just pierce through. Not interested. Okay, just didn't do it. Just pierce through. Stay away. Wait for the next level. How's it going to react there? Rejects. Now I'm interested. So that's why I'm interested in the dollar yen to go long. Anyway,
cool.
Back to you. Sorry.
Good. No, it's not nice for people to see, different aspects of how people think about these things.
Yeah, I agree.
So I guess while we're on the currencies, maybe I'll just sort of have a look at some of the so-called commodity ones, because I think some interesting stuff coming in with dollar Canada and Aussie and Kiwi. So if I just have a crack at those, and then I'll hand it over to Paul, I think.
Let's do it.
So let's have a little look at dollar CAD, which I think is on the verge of breaking down. Let's have a look. Okay. So weekly dollar CAD, top of the bull market there, swing down, correction against it, swing down, and a very, very shallow weak bounce last week. Perhaps in a little bit of contrast to some of the dollar against the Europeans and the yen. So we've had a little kind of almost begrudging rebound here, and this week we've retraced nearly all of last week's recovery candle, and I think we could well be on the verge of actually seeing this thing start to accelerate lower. Major trend for me has turned from up to down. In fact, I think, Jannie, we looked at it yesterday. It rejected from a very important level going back quite some time on the big chart.
Yeah.
So massive rejections here. So it basically swing down, correction up, swing down, and we're sort of in the middle of some kind of bearish move. We're settling back into this range as well, which could be significant. The old range high. So I'd imagine there'd be a lot of people that were perhaps buying the dip towards that level.
No, you're right. Like we spoke about also that it didn't find support. It just broke that support and you back into the range. So that's not a good look. That's definitely not good. It didn't.
Yeah, I guess one would expect it to. Yeah, I think perhaps it should have based somewhere around here if it was going to do that, but no, it's settled back below it. So that doesn't look too hot to me. On the shorter term, on the daily, so that's basically like an L-shaped recovery type thing, where swing correction, and just the bounces are becoming much more shallow now. So there's any kind of buying pressure is really kind of there's not a whole lot of mojo on behalf of the bulls, I don't think. And it seems to me the next thing is going to be something like a bit more like this to the downside on a multi-day time frame. So we crack the swing low and we start to see a bit more acceleration, I think. Interesting because dollar CAD, Aussie and Kiwi, they kind of ignored the first leg of the dollar bear market that we saw in the other three. But now we're starting to see a bit more broad-based dollar selling in that they have joined the bear market. So for fans of market breadth, I think that's quite a good sign that the dollar bear market is broadening out. It's not just the dollar against the Europeans and against the yen. So onto the Aussie. So Aussie has, let's just go straight to the daily. So there's that kind of the Trump tariff news there. It was looking quite constructive going into that, as the euro dollar and cable were kind of up here by comparison. It was kind of holding quite well, but then the news came out, and then we got that big sell-off in the commodity related currencies. But as I say, that has been swiftly reversed. So now we're seeing a broad-based dollar bear market. But short term, big level here, a little bit of chop around that level. I guess people are taking profits, those that perhaps got in on the kind of recovery. But I think overall this is a basing scenario, and that we see this this thing much higher over the longer term. So perhaps just a little bit of consolidation in the short term before we go again. What do you think on that one, Jannie? You see that as a bear, because we've kind of struggled at resistance here?
Yeah, well, you know my views on resistance levels. I'm not interested at those levels. Like, it needs to reject or it needs to break through. You know, so right now we're at a range. We're ranging at that resistance. So I would in this particular case, I would wait for them. I would wait for price to do, you know, either or, like break below that support or break above the. Break above the resistance or break below support. So, but in between, in what, like, if you just look immediately to your left, you're in a range, right? So it's a very difficult spot to, So it's a very
it hasn't
difficult,
broken above it convincingly, is it? Not yet.
No. So it's either going to correct or break out. I mean, but this is definitely one where you just like kind of, for me anyway, where you just like you sit in your hands. This looks very similar to Bitcoin, right? Not exactly the same, but in terms of at a key level, and it's ranging. It's just ranging there. So pretty dangerous to make any calls right there, I think.
Yeah, I'm avoiding that one for the time being anyway. So, and Kiwi, before we hand it across, similar kind of idea on Kiwi, except that it started to correct. It went up a lot further by comparison, and now it's starting to kind of correct back further by comparison. So, so there's that kind of move that we saw on the Trump tariff news, the bad news, where the dollar fell out of bed, but so did Kiwi and Aussie. So we got that, and that has been completely reversed, taken all the bears out of the market. Quite a lot of up sessions in a row there, and now we're starting to see the corrective pullback. So this one I think could be a good candidate once it bases out to see the next leg higher. Also, I think maybe you might want to call it a double bottom or something like that. The fact that we've based here, recovered, made a marginal-ish new low, and then broken and closed back above the baseline or the neckline, whatever you want to call it. So we're just kind of easing back. A lot of broken resistance there, perhaps turning into support. So I think limited weakness on this pullback, and then we start to break higher.
You see on that one. Sorry, Howard. On this one, it's much clearer to identify your support level, right? You can just like mark the previous high. This is you could, that's pretty straightforward, I feel. Like you just wait for, that would be a good level to wait and see how price.
It's a stronger one, isn't it?
The lower one, I'm not sure if you got that line there. If you look at that last drop before price completely took out that drop.
Okay. Down on this side.
Yeah, you see that last drop, and then you got that big rally after that last drop.
This one.
The latest big rally, right? It just broke those. That latest drop, that's the big rally. But if you look at the drop, right there. If you draw a horizontal line, right there, that's the support level.
Yeah, from this high.
Yeah, so that would be a level of interest. That would be a very obvious level of interest. Would you agree with that?
But kind of no man's land, no man's land until we get there. You think?
Yeah, I think so. I think, yeah. I mean, we are in a bit of a. It is hitting that the bottom of a range. Like you're currently in a range right there. But if you could break lower to that support level, that would be a pretty good area to start to pay attention to price action, I feel.
Yeah, that time with what you're thinking about on sterling dollar cable, I guess, where you've had the thrust higher and we're in the corrected, we're in the correction. You see it deeper first. Yeah, okay,
that's right.
That could be the way to play it. So yeah, I'm just watching this thing for clear signs of having based. It may base above, I don't know, but once that base is in, I want to be buying it for the next push higher. Yeah, that'll do for me for the time being. I'll hand it across to young Paul.
Young Paul didn't feel young, but thanks for that.
I'm edifying, whatever that means.
Sure. Just give me a minute to find a dictionary. Right. So let me. Yeah, maybe I'll start with some orientation, perhaps. Can you just let me know when you can see the blue chart?
Yeah, the avatar.
Yeah,
avatar
so
chart.
I'm just going to read from my notes, but this is just these sort of charts from Santiment come across my desk quite often. They're good to just get a sense of what's happening. You shouldn't be trading off this information. This is just calibration. This is orientation for you as a trader, just to understand what's happening with Bitcoin. So this is Bitcoin ETF inflows. And as Bitcoin has recovered quite significantly over the last couple of weeks, we are seeing the highest week net inflows last week for Bitcoin ETFs since before Trump's inauguration, since in mid-January. So, excuse me, institutions like BlackRock, which were one of the first big ETF players, have played a large part in the bounce which we've had the last couple of weeks. So it's interesting to see what institutional money and funds and so forth is having an impact on the price. But obviously, when you see this, it's good to be, to see that other institutions are coming on board with you. And obviously, it's not a retail game anymore. So understanding what the inflows are like can really give you an edge in the market. And when you're thinking about what's Bitcoin going to do next? Well, you just think about what's driven it to where it is now. What do these people want to happen next? Obviously. So, and this is key Bitcoin stakeholders. So Bitcoin's value has obviously jumped, 10, 15, whatever percent. And this is once again coincided with whales and sharks adding to their already quite significant positions. And according to Santiment, which is the provider of this data, wallets holding between just 10 and 10,000 Bitcoin have already added about 20K more in this short period of time. And this sort of indicator continues to be quite helpful for assessing kind of moves out of Bitcoin, or at least whether the move we're witnessing has got some serious legs behind it, which is why we've kind of seen Bitcoin's price action kind of pause and sit pretty for a while, which take quite a bit of effort considering the context of the world economy at the moment. And finally, just before we get to the charts, this is the apparent demand indicator, and Bitcoin buying interest rebound sharply. So a strong bounce from extreme negative values of about minus 250K BTC suggests that this previous dormant capital has pretty efficiently rotated back in. So this is the context at the moment for Bitcoin. And if we now go to the charts, this is the big picture. And obviously, when there's not much happening with Bitcoin, I tend to look at the big picture. So this is the 2017 bull market top. These are the two tops from the 2021 bull market top. And you can see they're very much respecting this channel. Here was the bear market. And then this was October 23, when Bitcoin started making its way to previous all-time highs. And now we've broken them, as you can see, and we're here now, having retested or approached the support area, consolidated for a bit, and now we seem to be moving higher. And this still remains the most consistent sort of bull run target across several different ways of looking at the charts for Bitcoin on the longer term. So, and that's about 300K. Now, obviously, we can come down, and this is 40, 50K. So this is not a prediction, but based on historical precedents and the pattern we're in, this is the next stopping point potentially if we do continue on our way for the remainder of the year. But might be a bit of a stretch given things are going on in the world at the moment, but you know, hopefully. So also Bitcoin and the M2 money flow, essentially, global money fund, is the correlation which has been in place since the start of 2024, just as Bitcoin was approaching all-time high. It's been pretty good still. As you can see, there's about a 2-month to 3-month delay, but Bitcoin, if it continues following the M2, you can see where it's going. Again, do not trade off this. This is just the context. This is to help you understand what's happening under the hood. This is just one thing to help assess. You should not. No one should be entering a long trade here based on this.
Too late now. Too late now. I've been pressing buttons while you talk. You should say that before I press the button.
So, but even if you were going to act, you do need, as Jannie was saying, you do need to wait for a pullback. Now, we've long since had these 3 potential areas for the price action to come back down and bounce off. Now, this is the 6-hour 200 MA sweeping down, and this is the 1 day. I haven't labeled it, apologies for that, but this is the 1 day. Now, the closer the 1 day gets to this confluence with this level, the more likely Bitcoin will come down and reverse from this area, as opposed to coming all the way back down here. So, you know, we're in a pretty good, Bitcoin's in a pretty good position now, with its fortunes in terms of signals changing quite dramatically from, you know, pre-April. So, you know, this is the sort of thing you want to be paying attention to, right? Where am I going to enter, right? I'm not sure, but now the 1 day is creeping up. It's making this area a bit more palatable for buyers than potentially this. And this is how you should approach your entrance. Now, of course, you can still scale in, but you shouldn't be entering Bitcoin here as, you know, I'm not saying we're going to have a steep retrace, right? To have this perfect inverse head and shoulders pattern. I'm not saying that, but it's still a possibility. But we do obviously want to have this lower high, which we've been waiting for, which might be about to happen. Now, this is Bitcoin 8 hour. And it hasn't, earlier when I was doing this chart, we hadn't broken down yet, but there is some hidden bullish divergence on the MACD from here to here, from here to here. Now, hidden bullish divergence for the uninitiated typically indicates a continuation of whatever trend we're in. And hidden bullish divergence is obviously for an uptrend. So, you know, this is suggesting, of course, this single signal, right? It's not reflected on the RSI. It's just the MACD could indicate that there's going to be more upwards movement before we have a retrace. But since I did that chart and this one, this is Bitcoin 30-minute, we have since lost this this triangle, ascending triangle pattern, and we've now broke down. And this is fine. We want to retrace, but of course, these triangles are great in terms of, you know, assessing which direction you're going to trade in. So previously, when I did this chart, I didn't have a direction, so there's nothing to trade. But now we've broken down. You know, and the warning is, of course, this is support, right? So we've had a very strong bounce, and you know, we could just come back into the pattern now. But this is your first bearish signal we've had, and if you're thinking of entering a short trade, now you've got the 200 on the 30 and the 50 above. You know, that's the first opportunity to trade at the moment. When it's in the pattern, you've got nothing, right? Just as Jannie said, you need to wait till we see something. But be careful of this, because we have run straight into support. And it's just a 30, but this is strong support because there is a bit of an area. See, there's a lot of wicks here, and there's a bit of ambiguity here, and you can see the price action, you know, on the 1 day sitting quite pretty. So, you know, there is support right below. So I'm not suggesting you should go crazy with your shorts right now. There is this hidden divergence and so forth, but just food for thought. I think, you know, ranging a little bit will be fine, but we do need a bit of a clearer direction. I would like it to come down, back down here, but still nothing really to trade at the moment. Our first potential bearish signal is happening, and obviously that will be quite healthy. But this, the 1 month candle body close, which is happening in about 8 hours time, is very significant. Now, I don't think we're going to manage to get a close above the previous candle, sadly, with the price action breaking down. But that would have been very bullish if we did have an engulfing here of sorts with the wick as well. But, you know, it's a green candle following 2 serious red ones, so we're in a good place. But watch this candle body close, as if it does close bullish, then we could see a change in the tide, and maybe that bullish hidden divergence will play out. But yeah, that's essentially Bitcoin at the moment. Not doing much, maybe creeping down. But again, this is the area you come into. And I've been waiting for over a week for this trade to come down, GMX, to my support line, and finally it seems to be happening. So I am very pleased, at least until it comes barreling through and hits my stop loss. So so yeah, I've got a couple of trades waiting. I'll just show you the proper chart for that. This is that's Gala. That's not the right one. Where is GMX? Is this it? Yeah. So GMX.
It's what you call a psychological. I say it's what you call a psychological level. If my stop gets hit, then my psychology gets completely messed up.
Yes, as it does quite frequently, sadly. But yeah, so this was we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. This is support area following a bear trap, and of course we had quite a strong breakout. But now the problem is, of course, when we've got the 200 MA or any significant moving average sweeping underneath, it does make kind of buying this or coming in at this support level a little bit difficult, because obviously you lose the 200 MA too much and then you've lost a bullish context. So, but grabbing a wick down here would be a good idea. The premise of the trade is still in play, so I'm still in it, but I've been monitoring it. And yeah, I mean, the ascension higher from this point here makes it a bit easier to come in maybe at this level, because it's sat in this range, these two little ranges, for a little bit of time. So that's GMX, and I've got another one which I'm waiting for. I can't quite. This is the problem when you're not trading intraday. There is a bit of a waiting game. But again, MKR doing the same thing. I was waiting for a breakout in either direction. So far, putting about 12% gains here, but I haven't entered yet for me. And we're looking for a nice little retest of this 1 day 200 MA right on the tip of this pattern. So there's a nice little long opportunity here, providing Bitcoin's retrace isn't that significant. So it's a waiting game still, waiting for Bitcoin. But you can see we're breaking down a bit, and this could be the beginning over the weekend, the next few days, and over the weekend of a bit of a retrace, which, as we've established, of course, would be very healthy, as we don't want the price action just to go to the moon, because then it'll come down just as quickly. But that's for me really today, guys. Any thoughts?
It's pretty much exactly where we were the last time we spoke. That's my thoughts. Like, that's pretty much exactly the same. I mean, nothing has happened. That's why, right? Bitcoin has just been, the last time we spoke, Bitcoin was at that resistance level, and we are still at that resistance level.
I'm trying to find something interesting for you then. Well, Cookie. Okay, let's look at Cookie, because Cookie's doing well. Cookie's made some moves. Let me share my chart.
Where'd you go?
Cookies.
Yeah, Cookie's getting a lot of attention at the moment. So yeah, this was a really straightforward trade. I can't remember, it's top altcoin pick. We posted it around here. And yeah, so it's beat my target, it would seem. That's about 75% really in about 10 days. Now, the issue is, of course, I didn't personally trade this because I was waiting for a little entry here for the pocket. I like these setups. When you've got an ascending line following a breakout of a descending pattern, for me, the probabilities work out quite well as long as you've got a bullish context. So I do like trading these. And this is what I would suggest any crypto trader who's new or intermediate to the market is really try and quantify your approaches and say, like, you know what, this pattern compared with one of these, plus a sweeping moving average, I know how to trade this, right? I have a strategy, it's written down, right? And it works, and I know what I need to look for. And in this case, I didn't get the entrance I wanted, and therefore I didn't trade it. You can obviously see that an entrance here would have been quite nice to come in at this point, just here, but we didn't get it, and it's gone away, which is why there's different strategies for different scenarios. Now, if the market turns super bullish, I won't necessarily be buying the retest as much as I am in hesitant markets, because when you're trading low caps as an example, and I'm presuming Cookie is a low cap considering how much it's moved, I will obviously, I'll take that into account, and I will just hard buy the breakout following a candle body close, even if it's in this area, and then ride it up. So you do have to treat different altcoins with it, depending on the market cap and what you're trading. So if this was Ethereum, I would trade this differently because I'm most likely going to get the retest, right? But Cookie isn't going to afford me that because the momentum's too much. But if you did buy the breakout, as I suggested, we had a nice little golden cross as well. Congratulations. But is there anything else interesting? Yeah, SEE is doing all right.
Yeah, look, what happened to that pension crusher? You know, that
I
dropped.
cancelled that chart today, but it's just sitting on the floor.
Yeah.
Because I've got too many tabs open and it wasn't doing anything. But it's I'll just load it up and have a look. What was it called again? Mantra. It was Mantra, wasn't it? I don't know. Let me load my chart up. Hang on. Let's do it the right way, if there is such a thing.
That was. Did you see that chart, Howard? That it was like a nasty drop.
What's the other? It's got two names, Mantra and. Oh, I'll just load it up. Forget it.
Yeah, I just the problem is I call it pension crusher, so I've got no idea what the real name is.
Well,
that was a horrible.
It's essentially
a horrible drop.
Here we go.
There we
go.
Oh my god!
No, that thing is over. That thing is done. That's not going to recover.
That's not good.
No, it's done. I mean, people definitely lost faith in that. It's like, nah, get out of that one. So
I am watching this as a bit of a pet project because I'm very curious to see what happens next. Now, again, I still haven't deep dived into what exactly happened with the project because every time I do it, I just get, frankly, nonsense from the devs. But it's dumping right back to the top of previous kind of, it's insanity, completely insanity. But yeah, no one's going to be touching that for a while. But there will always be someone, and we did say this, that look, it's a it's a 90% retrace, okay? But now this is where the salivating takes part, and this is the FOMO part of it, right, of crypto. But you go back, it's 1,000% now, right?
Yeah, but when I see a drop, sorry, like when I see a drop like that, then it's like the money is left for good. You know, like I mean, the only money that will be interested will be like people like me, like small time, like small kind of. What's the volume? Did the volume also dry up drastically? I assume the cap.
I'm on the wrong. I don't get much data from crypto. This particular data set. So I'm sorry I haven't got that. But I think okay. So if you are genuinely thinking of trading this is a token on our Primex. Maybe not for much longer. Obviously, you need to see a significant recovery from this. So you could hard buy this, but sure, you could put like $100 on it and see what happens. You could make quite a lot of money off that. Just be wary that whatever you put in it, you're most likely going to lose. But coming back up this level would be the first possible signal you need to see to contemplate anything. But yeah, there's many better options. There's many better options. I don't think. I mean, Lever was a great one. I mean, Lever was just this was just something I threw in the live streams. And again, just this is why there's no retest. This is why when you're trading, you did get a little bit of retest. So you had a breakout, but it wasn't a great retest. But it just goes, and sometimes you have to adjust your strategy and just break out, low cap, buy it, hope for the best, right? And then watch it go, and you can make a lot of money that way. But this was a lovely setup. You had a really nice kind of curve coming around. We had a clear, decisive higher high, followed by two consecutive higher lows, and a tradable pattern, right, in a range in an upper range. And this is why it's gone, because it's had all the right signals, all in the right order, with everything with the right confluence and all the moving average. So it's like, this is what you see something like this. And I was frantically charting this last week. You see something like this. This is the sort of thing you're waiting for. Don't trade substandard setups, okay? Because there's so many cryptos to trade. Now, obviously, Prime doesn't offer all of them. Like, no exchange offers all of them. But when you've got hundreds plus of stuff to trade, this is the sort of setup you want, right? This is what you wait for. This one, right? Don't just force a trade, because I mean, this was just a fantastic setup. Pepe again.
Sorry, Paul. Was that the coin that was kind of squeezing right into the corner of that triangle? Was that the one?
No, that was this one, which I'm trading.
Oh, Oh, okay. So it just broke out and retested now.
It was trying to, yeah. I mean, and this is, I mean, we're talking about like when you see a market in turmoil and you see resilience within a token
Yep.
in that market, this is
Yeah.
what you want to trade.
Hold-
Now, I'm not
Yeah.
suggesting this is going to bounce from here, but this is the daily 200 MA with really nice confluence, right? So this makes sense. And we've seen prior resilience. So there's going to be a lot of buyers coming in because it's been, okay, we've put in our time down here. It's natural to move up to the next level now. And this is the sort of setup you want. Now, probably this will crash now and make me look like an idiot, but you know, you just want the probabilities in your favor here now. So I'm waiting to trade that. I don't think there's anything else much happening because, yeah, ZK hasn't moved much, just waiting for the market. This is probably going to come back here. We said it's a bit of a difficult trade. And what's XRP doing? No decision.
To ask you.
Yeah, no decision from XRP yet. This is the long setup. This is the big picture. Oh, it looks like the short setup's playing out. Right, short setup's playing out. And we said that. I said at the start of the week that, you know, a breakdown here might get stopped in its tracks by this moving average quite quickly. So be very cautious. But that was the short play, catch a breakout and come down here. But yeah, it's a bit indecisive with XRP. And if you look at what the altcoin market is really feeling like, I said earlier in the week, no, it's going to get rejected from here. And we're going to get a bit of a sell-off from some of the market. I mean, look, this is render, right? This is RNDR. This is one of the really hot use case tokens this cycle, and this was one of the ones which put in 1,000% following Bitcoin breaking all-time highs last year. I'm invested in it, not promoting it, but just it's a really great token, and you can see it's really had a strong recovery following this nice double bottom from Bitcoin from the start of the month. But you know, this is still the picture, right? We're not in bull land yet, right? We're still struggling. So ranging around here is perfectly possible. So you can see that I'm waiting for an entry back down to this level. So I'm not overly bullish on the altcoin market at the moment, but a retrace would be quite healthy, of course, you know, back to here. But there's still a lot of tokens which are just sitting and doing this and unable to. This is Victoria VR. This is not available on Ola Prime X, but it's an AI token with a really great use case and a company behind it. And it's really struggling. It's really struggling. So, you know, we've got some of the top movers of this cycle. You know, they recover with Bitcoin, but the rest of the market is really on the floor, unfortunately. So yeah, not much going on with the altcoins, but some good setups. When you see the tide changing, you know, that's the point to enter some altcoin long. So wait for Bitcoin to pull back, as I've been doing, get my entrances, and then hopefully we'll have some nice trading action over the next few weeks.
Very good. Thank you for that, Paul.
Good.
Just want to answer Andre's question about the 1.345 level. Yeah, Andre, I think the 1.345 level, if it goes back up to 1.345, this is up here. Okay, I will not be interested in a short there. Okay, because this is the first resistance touch of the weekly resistance. If it goes back up there and it actually makes a higher high, then I'm not shorting it from there. No way, right? It's just not. This was the prime spot right here. So maybe a bit of a retracement, but if it goes to 1.345, I'm not interested. Okay, so in my opinion, it will 1.32 is more likely than 1.345 if you are short like me. But if you are bullish, then obviously maybe Howard can, you know, give his opinions on that.
Yeah. Yes. So pretty much as I was talking about before, that kind of block between I think 132.80 and what is it, the recovery high 133.5. That area is my kind of support zone. As long as we hold above that, I'm looking for the thing not to do the 132. I think we're going to be doing new highs. So I'm kind of patiently waiting for the thing to base out in this zone. Yeah, so I kind of we're kind of on the opposite ends of the spectrum on this one.
Yeah.
So we see how we do.
Yeah, like I said to Howard yesterday, I hope you're wrong, but I hope at the same time you don't lose any money.
That's the main thing. Yeah, I could be wrong, but as long as I'm not taking bad positions, that's it's not that bad.
Yeah, look, I mean, the thing is, like, this idea of trying to avoid losses at all costs is not. It's not really the right way to think about it. You just need to be 100% sure about what exactly you're looking for, what you're looking at, and it makes sense to you. And what makes sense to me may be completely contradicting with what someone else is looking at, right? But you must be able to articulate what you're looking at, explain exactly why you are taking this trade. So, and they won't always work. They just won't. I mean, this Bitcoin trade, I explained why I was short there. Right? I explained why I was short there. Didn't work. You know, yeah, I didn't talk to myself for a couple of days, but I got over it. But it just, it's not really, you're going to have losses. It's just about controlling them and making sure you get out when you know that where the trade will be invalidated and you're getting out, and how much will you lose if it does get invalidated and you do get your stop loss. How much do you lose? And that's the most important thing, right? But don't try to go for 100% success rates. Like I have mentioned this before, but the world champion stock trader, his name is Mark Minervini. His success rate is 50%. 50%, not 90%, right? And he's the world champion. So it's all about getting out quickly. When you're wrong, you get out. But he has obviously a very decent risk reward ratio. And he also tends to focus on longer time frames, not the 15-minute or the 5-minute, right? And add positions, add positions to the ones that's working, and so on. Yeah, so it's not about like is Howard right or am I right? That's not the point, right? It's just we have very different approaches. So I'll be wrong and he's right, and then I'm going to lose this much because I'm wrong, but he will make that much because he was right. And next time I will get it right, hopefully, right? And then I'll make that much and he'll be wrong and he'll lose this much. Yep. So it's not really about that. It's not about who's right and who's wrong. It's about you getting very, very clear on your style of trading. How do you trade? Exactly what you're looking for. That's what's important.
Yeah. Knowing exactly what you're looking for is key, I think, and maybe even taking lots of snapshots of the ideal setup could be a way to have them on your desk. All you were saying, with the average and with the patterns and areas of support and resistance, and you can take the ideal setup and say, okay, this is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, exactly right. So I hope that answers your question, Andre. Not sure if that was clear, but yeah, for me, definitely lower. For Howard, definitely to the upside. so maybe you should just stay neutral.
Yeah, until we break 32.80, and then I'm with you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that's the plan. I had a look at gold. Gold has just been ranging to the side for 6 days now after we had that that rejection candle there, and then we gapped lower, and now it's just ranging. But I have marked this. Yeah, I think the support's probably clearer. Yeah, this is a bit of a range, but it's a kind of down slope. I think it's almost like a little bear flag. I don't know if you can see that, like that down move and this consolidation, and maybe a second leg lower down to this support level, which is the support level on the daily. The last, the camel back. I don't know why I call it the camel's back. The camel's back support zone. 3166. These levels really are being respected on longer time frames. They really are. Like even on the NASDAQ, I showed. We went through this last night, Howard. But if you look at, and maybe I've shown you this to you, Paul, as well. I don't know. But you see, this is exactly the same thing, right? This is just on a much longer time frame.
Yeah.
This is on the NASDAQ on the monthly time frame. Another camel back here. It comes right to the support level. So that would be your level of interest, and then you go to the smaller time frames and look for your patterns and ascending triangles and all the rest of the stuff that you know, and then make sure that it lines up with what this level represent? Because this is the catalyst. You start with the catalyst, and then from there you go with patterns or engulfing candles or whatever the case may be. So that is, if you look at this support level and you go back to gold, that's pretty much what that is. So that's obviously why I would be interested in this level, 3166, and just see how price behaves at those levels. And that's not very different to on the pound US dollar as well, even though this is much further down, but you see that level there. It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same approach every single time. Key levels in the same direction of the trend. But I also feel that, I mean, I've mentioned this before. And Howard, you've actually asked me yesterday, do I not think this is a higher low? And I said, no. No, it's not. But it could very well be the higher low. But I just think that we, because if we can get the support level here, that would be a perfect higher low, right? Because that would really, it kind of sort of
flush out all the weak buyers kind of thing before you can base.
Yeah, because the problem is everybody is bearish on the dollar. Do you understand what I mean? Everybody's bearish on the dollar and therefore bullish on the pound US dollar. So I just feel like there's going to be a surprise and there's going to be some money made on the opposite end, right up to a key level, like over here. Yeah, and then this would be perfect if we can get it.
Maybe non-farm payroll surprise, huh?
Yeah, or something like that. I don't know. It could well, you know what it's like. We could just get stuck in a range, or it can. This range could just continue forever, all right, for the next 2 or 3 weeks. Very similar to what we've had here.
Yeah.
This period,
that was horrible.
That was, So we could, who knows? But I don't like to go into that multiple scenario kind of thing, as you know. You'll just never make a decision. Don't worry about being wrong. Just make sure this makes sense to me. I'm taking it. Okay, here's my risk. There's my reward, and there you go. That's basically. I was going to ask you, Howard. I saw your Brent crude trail was doing really, really well. Because you were interested. You were interested right here. And I just had a look yesterday, actually, and I forgot to to ask you about it. Like, it's coming down. Are you targeting the previous low?
Yeah, I am. I'm not in it right now, sadly. I've got a little piece of it here and there, kind of things. So I haven't stuck with it like I wanted to stick with it. I think we're going to take out that low. We're going to go much lower on that thing. It's just the classic kind of. We may need a bit of a retracement higher after these 3 down candles, perhaps. But I think it's going to crack that low.
Yeah, I also think so. That was I just think, like, on your chart, when you showed it on your chart, it was like coming way closer to this neckline.
Yeah.
On my chart, it looks like there's a bit of a gap.
Yeah. But it's just classic. If you go back further on the weekly chart, you'll see the descending triangle. It broke it, and now it retested it, and now we're seeing the move lower on the bigger chart. Yeah, if you zoom.
Yeah, I see that. So
it's a lot of people trapped above that line.
Right there, right?
Yeah.
This is actually this is the breakout, and then the pretty much a retest on the weekly. That's good enough, and then you get that bearish closed candle, and then wow. Well, what a shame. I was hoping you tell us about
petrol prices coming down.
Anyway, that was a beautiful setup that you've identified. Very, very nice. And I think, like, I don't know if you had anything else on your radar. Silver.
Yeah, but not really. A bit boring, silver, by comparison, isn't it? It's not really doing the gold thing.
Yeah. How times have changed. Used to be silver. Used to be all about silver. Now it's all about gold. So anyway, Paul, do you have anything else? DX. Well, Andre says DXY comes a pullback. Yeah, I actually like while you were talking, Paul. DXY was actually coming right back to the open of this candle. Yeah, we'll see what happens at the close of this week. NFP could have a big impact on how this candle closes. You know, I don't know what to expect. Do you have like any expectations for Friday in terms of the NFP? Paul?
Honestly, no.
What's the number?
No, leave me alone. No, I don't.
Anything's possible. Anything's possible with non-farm payroll.
I'm backed up this week on all that stuff. I got to be honest with you, but I'll be catching up tomorrow for sure.
Yeah. Well, one thing we know about non-farm payroll is that usually they get it wrong. The economists, most of them.
Yes, that's true. But also the reaction of NFP is not. It used to be NFP was the biggest one, right? You get very big moves of that one, but not. I wouldn't say that's the case really anymore. I think the big one now is core CPI. I've seen some. I mean, the biggest moves really, like just sudden breaks right at the release of that news event. And just one straight direction.
Yeah, inflation seems to be.
Yeah, seems to be the hot topic. Yeah, because that's all directly related to the interest rates, isn't it? So anyway, there's 7 minutes left. Any one of you can take over now. I'm talking too much again.
Not at all.
Payroll will come strong, China style.
So we let's.
You could be right, Andre.
Let's have a look at some of these boring crosses. I think. Let's see if there's anything interesting there. Let's have a look. 1 second. Let's go. Okay. So Euro yen stuck in a range, struggling at the top of the range. Maybe a bit of weakness within the range, but really nothing to get too excited about on the cross rates. The currencies is all about the dollar at the moment. It's not really a whole lot of other stuff going on. It's which way the dollar's going. So we're just literally stuck. I think eventually once it breaks out the range, we'll get quite a big move on the yen. But at the moment, I don't think there's anything really major that says which way this is going to break. If anything, I guess my bias would be sort of slightly to the downside on this thing, looking for it to perhaps head towards the middle, maybe even the lower end of the range. But yeah, nothing really that kind of grabs me on that. Sterling yen would be a similar kind of thing. Just get the sterling yen there. Let's have a look. There we go. So yes, similar kind of idea, except perhaps there's a bit of a downside bias on that, in that it started to make slightly lower highs and lower lows. So perhaps that means that there's going to be some more sterling underperformance over the longer term. But ultimately, we're literally just stuck in the range. So nothing that really grabs me in terms of doing any trades on this one.
Yeah.
So not a lot I can add really, apart from just watching the.
But you don't really trade
watching the dollar. Just make its decision.
Yeah.
No, I try and avoid it unless there's a clear pattern on the yen. But of late, it's really all the currencies. It's all been about the dollar really. So not really a whole lot to talk about on the yen crosses.
Yeah, apart from perhaps the dollar yen. Right.
Yep.
Yeah, dollar yen is. Yeah, we'll see what happens on that one. But the
Another
euro
one, let's,
yen, like, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, sorry, I've just got dollar Swiss, which should come through shortly. So dollar Swiss, so the Swiss franc has been quite strong across the board, really. So we've had this kind of, it was in this massive range, clearly defined, and then we saw that big move lower. I guess you could think in terms of dollar index to some degree, in that it's had the aggressive move lower, broken through and settled below the support level. Last week was a bullish engulfing outside weak pattern, so trying to base out, but this week not really seeing a whole lot of follow through on the upside. But then this week is still young with non-farm payroll just around the corner.
Well, that's a very clear breakout, right?
Yeah, I mean, for me,
pretty convincing.
We've had the sideways for a long period of time. Yeah, and we've even had the kind of retest of broken support as well, which stalled.
Yeah,
and we're starting to nibble a bit lower. But I know you're looking at the stronger recovery on dollar index, so it might be a similar kind of thing there that you're looking at. But for me, I think this is really kind of sideways and down.
yeah. I mean, they're all different though, because I think the Swiss franc has been pretty strong lately.
Yeah.
So
across the board.
So it's not, they don't all look exactly the same. Like you could get a, for example, you can get a very strong pullback on the pound US dollar and a very weak pullback on the euro dollar.
Yeah,
so
sometimes they do decouple from. Yeah.
So it's not exactly the same. Like even if you are bullish on or if you're bearish on the dollar, if you pick your pairs wrong, you can say, for example, you focus on the dollar CAD and the dollar Swiss, and they both kind of set up similarly, and you decide to go for the dollar CAD, and then there's a much bigger move on the dollar Swiss, and not so much on the dollar CAD. So that all I'm saying is, like, just because I'm expecting a much deeper correction on the pound US dollar doesn't mean that's what you're going to get on dollar Swiss.
No.
You could, Yeah. So, but that is definitely, that very convincing.
If you turn,
sorry, Howard.
So closed under it a couple of weeks. Yeah, it just seems to it's broke it. It's closed under it, even whole ranges below kind of thing. It seems to be convincing, but time will tell. Time will tell. Non-farm payroll could give us an interesting move. So.
Yeah, I'm hoping for like a weak NFP, like just like a bit of spikes up and down, and then kind of nothing, and then the major kind of outlook keeps playing out. But NFP is NFP. Anything can come out of there. When's a core CPI? Isn't that in the second week of the month?
Let me have a look. I don't have to get up on it. I've got the chart right in front of me. Let's have a look. Next month. Core CPI.
Not usually sort of somewhere in the middle of the month, and it's
find it.
Probably the second week. Yeah.
Not second week. Yeah, third week. May 11th of May. So its core CPI is the Tuesday, May 13th.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah, so we'll wait. We'll definitely have a few conversations before then. But anyway, I think that is time. Howard and Paul, always great to see you guys.
Likewise,
Andre, Lola, Robert, and the rest of the viewers, thank you very much for watching. The next session starts in 30 minutes from now. Have a great evening. See you guys soon. Cheers.
Mayday.
Cheers, guys. Bye.
Hello, Michael. How are you doing?
Hello, hello. What's up, Aymane? Man, I am great. Absolutely amazing. What about yourself?
I'm good. I'm good. How was your trading day? Any trades today?
Uh, yeah, I got one today, but man, I'm getting beat up this week. I can't even lie. I had a rough trading week this week.
Yeah, same for me. Yesterday I hit my max loss, and today also it was not that great. Slightly in like a small loss, so not that great like I expected. Normally NFP weeks, like you see good move, clean moves, but especially yesterday, like if you saw like the
Yep.
indices like NQ, like S&P 500, like the price action was really choppy.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
it was tough.
It's been messing me up. Yesterday, I actually hit my max loss yesterday too, funny enough. Hit my max loss yesterday. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. And then today, I mean, I took a loss, and then I took another trade, and it's set up perfectly. And I'm in it right now, actually. It's a Euro AUD. This is the loss that I took yesterday, actually. I took it and it's set up again. I'll share my screen here. And I took it again, and this thing is just sitting here now. I'm like, what in the world is going on in this week? This is probably my worst week in like a long time.
It's definitely
so this thing is just sitting here. Like, this is a perfect setup. Yes, this is just crazy. Crazy. So you know my setup, right? So when I get this 5200 cross here, right? I am looking for, I know I'm in level 2, right? So 50, whoops. Oh, can you see my screen?
Now yes, now I can see your screen, yeah. But it's a little bit lagging, I think, from the.
Can you see my screen, Amy?
Yes, yeah,
okay.
I can see.
Can you see my screen now? Okay, perfect.
Yes,
I think it's a little lag, but okay. So 5200. What in the world is going on? Hang on, I'm not sure why it did that just now. Oh, I'm on EA.
So you are still in the EA? Okay.
Yeah, I'm on EA. So when my 5200 crosses, right, I know I'm in level 2. I'm looking for M's, W's off the 200, right? So this is where I was, right? Now, I don't know if you guys remember, but I took this trade already, and I took this over here, and I got hit. So this got me yesterday, right? Because this looked like a funky like M here, and then it came down and it came back around. And it's like, I'm like, all right, dang. So you see it retested this exact area, right? To the pip, this thing came back down, right? Then you get this huge candle, right? Let me zoom in a little bit. You get this huge candle that closes below the 13 right here. Right here was my entry signal. Literally right here. This was a perfect entry, right? Put my stops above this swing. So it was still a nice little one for 1.43, right? And my target obviously was this 800 EMA right here. Nice and smooth and simple. This thing came all the way down here, and I moved my stops to break even. So I am at break even right now, but still it's coming back. And you would have thought that after this thing hit me the first time, over here, that once it's set up perfectly, and then so that's the chart, right? If even on the TDI, I have the nice outside the band here. I have the inside the band here. I have my reload. So the market baseline went above the static, trying to come back down for the reload. Everything that I would look for on this setup is here. Every piece of it, right? We even have the 4-hour confirmation, right? You can see that this last red candle is below the 13 EMA. So everything about this trade is pristine. Like, I would take this trade any day, but it is not going anywhere. Like, closed, and it's just kind of sitting here. So if it comes back and takes me out at break even, it's gonna be like, seriously, bro? Like, seriously? You can at least, because the way my setup is, if I get hit on the first one and it still is intact and it sets back up again like this one, I go heavier on the second position. So I actually got 2% on this setup. So if this hits, you know, to put me back in a decent position, but if this hits me again, I'll be doing off 3% Michael, on this one setup. So
sorry, Michael, to interrupt you. Just I am looking for the NQ and I just took a trade and it's moving fast. If I can just show it and come back.
Oh yeah. Go ahead and show your screen. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can actually just go ahead and jump on. We can just get to mine afterwards.
Okay. So it's actually really good setup. So
nice.
You remember last time, like I mentioned that later during the session, and then I get like the good setups, and I said maybe I have to extend like my. But and it's still like proving me right, because most of the time I get like good setup, A+ setup, like after the, like, let's say 11, 12, let's say Eastern time. So for example, this setup right here,
right
on the 15 minutes, just to explain it quick. So this is my supply zone. You see here, we took this previous week, close bearish, strong. It's a big candle. I don't like it that much, but I will wait at least for the 50% to see if I will get the confirmation. So on the 15 minutes here, like if you can see, we have this candle here. We took this previous week, we closed bearish, and we had the continuation. So for me, this is, let's say, a fresh supply. So what I did is I went to the 5 minutes, and I have this big push right here. I will show the footprints just later to show you what I saw. And I was waiting, let's say, for this candle, this confirmation candle. So because we were talking, like I didn't see, to be honest, I didn't see this before. So the price was somewhere here when we opened the charts, like and then I saw like we still respect this. Normally I would jump here in this candle here, but I saw like when I opened the chart, I saw the price is here. So I enter here and my stop loss is above this fresh supply. So the first target will be this low right here. And then the second target will be, you see this big candle here? It took this previous week and closed bullish. So at least the 50% of this candle, this is the second target. So if I can show quickly like the footprints, it's the same A+ setup. Like I have this big candle here, and I have big cluster at the top of the candle. You see here like 154, and then sellers jump in minus 183, and then we still hold this support here, even though we try to like push higher. Like we didn't break the high of this week, we didn't close above it. So I jumped somewhere here, and yeah. So that's the trade I took. Yeah, it's
nice.
Momentum is
and I like where your stop loss is too, like above that entire area. That's like a perfect place to put it.
Yeah. Because like you remember, like because I have aggressive approach for some accounts, and I have, let's say, conservative. Of course, this is just on trading view. It's not on my accounts, but like sometimes I am aggressive when I enter. Normally I put my stop just above here. So when I
Right.
enter here, let's say I will put it above here, and then I change a little bit. Like normally this is the supply, because if the price still came here, we broke this low here.
Mm-hmm.
So normally, like if I had, let's say, 2 contracts, I will take one at least here. So yeah, so this
Right.
like the stop
Right.
is right here, because just if the price, even though after the 5-minute confirmation, like, and came here and we broke a little bit this high here, we are still in the supply. So the let's say the more conservative approach to put stop is right here. So yeah,
For sure.
so this is
For sure.
in term, yeah. So this is in term of this setup. But overall today, like this week, as you said, it's tough. At least, like it's not just me, you also,
Yeah.
Michael. But it's tough. Normally, like the NFP week are, like, for me, are good week, because they, as I said before, there is like good movements. But just I'm not feeling it. I don't know, but I'm not feeling it. Like the movement, like let's say
No.
here, this big, yeah. This big move here, this big candle, it happened at 2:30 my time, so it's 8:30 Eastern time, and then we had the NY session somewhere here. So it's a tricky price action. So let me just, if I can over just the day, what I was looking for during the day. So we were in a 4-hour supply zone. So this is a 4-hour supply zone. It's really big supply zone. This 4-hour here. So we took those highs here, and let's say, like, we struggle to break up above. So from yesterday, actually, I was short. From yesterday, I had a short bias. That's why I hit my max loss yesterday, because I was too focused on just sell. Let me just quickly show yesterday trade, like just here on the chart. Like I was like shorting, so it was somewhere here. Like the NY session open. Let me see. Yeah, it's open here. So I had, this is the yesterday price action. So I had my supply right here. It's the same candle we have here. It's same. Just same thing. Like this one is big. We took this previous week, come back, close bearish. So for me, it's a big candle. So at least 50% of the
Right.
of the candle. And then I jumped, because I saw like the momentum was pushing here strong. So I thought, okay, maybe we are trapping the buyers, and my footprint was not working. That's one thing I shouldn't trade, because normally footprints help me to see just the big clusters. Are the big cluster lower here on the candle or higher here? But after, when I checked, like I found like there is some big cluster at the low of the candle. So maybe if, yeah, but there is no if. It was max loss yesterday. so I jumped here. Yeah. So I jumped here, stopped me out, took another trade short here, and it stopped me out. And now, like, we are pushing lower. But in terms of today, I had actually, if we're gonna start from the 1 hour, I had this supply right here. For me, this will be like the A plus setup if we came back here or here. This is a 15-minute supply, but this is a 1 hour supply. So like I think it was the earnings, let me see, like on pre-market. So like 2:15, it was ADP, and it was something Caterpillar Q1 earning. I don't know if it's impact the NQ, but we saw like the NQ start pushing, like starting from, let's say, what was the time here? Yeah, from 12:15. So it was ADP, like ADP. So we were pushing down. So for me, I was waiting, at least from here, I was waiting for this supply here, the price to come to this supply here. And like I didn't wait. I took a couple of scalp. If, as you know, I have like my scalping approach also. I took a couple of scalp based on the 30-second, 5 minutes also. So it took a couple scalp here, but it finished in a small loss at two, three scalps right here. And then we came to test this area here. The same way I draw my demand and supply. You can see here this candle right here. We took this previous week, closed bullish. Yes, we tested and then went higher. So yeah, and then what happened here is we had, if we will check the calendar, we had like we have ADP pre-market, and we had like PCE price index. So it was a red folder news. And then what we did, if we check the 30 minutes, and this is like type of setup I like in a demand zone, we push strong just to invite more sellers. And this is, let's say, this is the biggest candle, I think, like on the last 3 candles or 2. So like a lot of traders start to sell from here, maybe the stop loss right here. So we push really strong to the demand. And then what happened? The same thing. We took this previous week and then we start pushing higher. So and then we continue. This is the first, let's say, resistance / support that now we are seeing the prices is let's say breathing a little bit. It could be one of those patterns, because there is this pattern that NQ respects also a lot, is when we are trending higher, trending higher, like trending like this, and we break, it's like we break this trend line right here, we break strong, big candle, and then we take the previous week, maybe sometimes ranging a little bit, and then come back and give us a V-shape. So it could be one of those. It could be one of those days where we will see this V-shape reverse. Yeah. So normally, just to go back to this trade quickly. So yeah, so I will move just the stop. Normally break even is better. We took normally the first take profit here. As I said earlier, like this is the first take profit. Let's see if we will come back to this area right here. So where I were at, yeah. So yeah, I was explaining this pattern. Where is it? We lost it. It's okay. So we had, let's say we are creating higher highs and higher lows, and then just we broke one time. You remember, Michael? We talked about I think, yeah, with you, we talked about the structure, and when it's broken just one time, it's still not confirmed. So maybe for me now, it's not still confirmed. Like, yeah, bearish structure. So it could be one of those days where we have this pattern, as I said, like create higher highs, higher low, higher highs, higher low, and then break one time and come back. So yeah, this is the NQ for now. Just to analyze what is happening now, it's like we took this previous hourly candle here, we create this week. Like if the momentum is strong, or maybe there is a news that will come out later, or Trump or anything, we could we took this like we could be like switch off to green, retest the wick, and then go to take this 19,684. But as it looks right now, my target is, let's say, just here. Normally it should be like the 50% of this candle right here, at least, let's say, to give us a double bottom. Let's say if we are going higher, at least come to give us a double bottom before going higher, or continue lower. So this is the if scenario, like Michael said.
Yeah, the if then scenario. You got to constantly create that if then scenario.
Yeah. So should we check the gold? Let's see the gold. What's the gold is doing?
Yeah, gold. So gold got me this week too. I took a loss on gold this week. I took a loss on gold. I took a loss on euro. I took a loss on EA. Funny enough, since I've had my Ola Prime account, I haven't taken any losses. This was my first week taking a loss, and then I took 3 losses in a row. Crazy.
No, but it is crazy. Like it's and especially for us, like intraday, let's say intraday trader and scalpers. Like
Right.
it's more tough, like than a little bit of swing. Like you, Michael, you consider yourself in like more a swing trader, or you consider yourself more intraday?
No, definitely intraday for sure. I'm like intraday for 95% of my trades. I'll swing it every now and then if I take it on a higher time frame, like the 4 hour. But for the most part, I like the intraday. I like to be in and out the same day.
Yeah, no headache of swap or calculating the swap.
Exactly. Or that hour where you don't got to worry about paying swap. I don't have to worry about the session changeover where they widen the spread. I get taken out. I don't have to worry about any of that. So I actually don't like the swing trade. Actually.
Same. For me, like I cannot. It's just like you said. It's just you cannot swing trade. Same for me. I cannot have this extra, let's say, pressure of like I have to wake if the alarm. Let's say if I heard the alarm and there is a level at 3 a.m. in the morning or 2 a.m. in the morning, just to execute a plus setup. Just
yes.
It's not for me. Like for some other traders, like swing trader, work perfectly. It's good for them, but just it depend also on the personality of the person. And this is something like, to the trader who watching the recording or the live is you first you have to try all. Let's say you have to try scalping, you have to try swing trading, and it depends on, let's say, how you feel and how you as a person, your personality, and then you will choose like if maybe swing is better for you or scalping is better. Yeah, but definitely swing is much, let's say you are not too much on the screen. That's one thing on the swing. Like you are every day you spend hours in the screen.
Yeah, that's the main benefit, I think, of swing trading. But for me, it's already hard enough to actually trade anyway. So I don't want that added variable or the extra pressure or paying extra cost and worrying about swaps and getting stopped out at the session changeover. Like, I don't even want to worry about that. I don't want to worry about that so much, Amen, that I close my trades an hour before that even happens every day. Like, no matter what, I just close it because I don't want to deal with that at all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like it's mentally like it's make you like exhausted, like mentally. Because me I was like, let's say swing using like taking some couple of swing trades, but not now, like maybe 2 years ago. But it's just it's not for me, like especially when I see this spread like at night. And like I will sometimes I'm shaking because the broker put 50-60 points in spread, and I have to take off my stop loss until the spread goes, and then take back put it back. And I had like bad memories about this. Like one time, I think it was on COVID, like on when we had COVID, like in 2020, I think. And I took out like my stop loss, and I saw like the spread was like 50 points or something. And then I said, okay, maybe it's like normal days. It will come back, and then we will feel the gap or something. And then it keeps going down, keep going down. And then I said, no, no, this is
I've
not
had
for
bad
me.
experiences too with the same thing, right? Like I remember several times where I'll hold the trade over to the next session, and it's been countless times where I'm already at break even, and it takes the money that I earned for the day, and I'm like, I should have closed it. So that pisses me off. Another times I'm not at break even yet, right? And then I get stopped out. So it's like I lost a whole 1% from doing that, right? And then there's other times where it'll work out, right? Like I'm still in the trade afterwards, but it's like I'm nowhere near where I was before, and I have to pay the swap. I'm like, you know what? I don't like this. I don't like this part at all. So I literally try to stay my best to stay away from that, like period. Because just like you, I have way too many bad experiences with that. Way too many.
Yeah, and like from your personal, like, of course, you mentioned your personal experience, but let's say a student or someone ask you like, what is better for me? What you think? Like, what is the best response you can give him?
Yeah, I mean, I would say what you say, right? Like you got to test them all out. Because luckily for us, like I have time to be in front of the charts, right? Like this is what I do every day. So I don't have to worry about a job that I'm going to. So I'm limited to swing trading. I don't have to worry about that. And then some people, right? Like they don't want to have to take a bunch of trades, or some people can like, only want to take trades in a higher time frame, look at the charts a few hours a week, and that's it. So if that's more their style, then hey, you might want to swing trade, right? For me, I don't even want to go to sleep with an open position. If a trader doesn't mind doing that, hey, that swing trading might be for you. But for me, no. I don't sleep the same when I'm in a position.
Same thing. Sometimes I get dreams like when I was swing trading, and yeah. Just a quick update. We got stopped out at break even on this trade here. So we took the lows, and then it came back and stopped me out at break even.
Came back around.
Should we check the footprint, how it look like on the footprint? Yeah. So definitely here we have, let's say, 6,852 volume on the volume. Yeah, we have this big cluster here, minus 97, and then we got the push. Here we have some big cluster at the top, but we had continuation. Let's see the 15 minutes. Yeah, I think like if the momentum continue like this, you see here we have big cluster in the middle here. Like we could get this V-shape reversal. Like it's not far. But let's see if we will break this supply that we have here. So if I can show just quickly the the footprints and the delta, how the delta look like on the NY session. So let's start from the pre New York. So you can see here that this is ADP. The ADP came out at 8:15. So we had some heavy cluster here on the middle, low of the candle. So this is a 15-minute candle, and we have this minus 119 here, minus 172, minus 165. So we took this previous week, we start pushing, and we left this big cluster here. We had second biggest cluster of this candle, and we respect this cluster here, and we continue pushing down. So the NY session opens somewhere here. So when it opens, it opened with a big cluster at the top, and then there was no continuation. For sure, if I was like, if we were live, you will see that the price start to, like at the open of the candle, the momentum was bearish and start to push. And this is also a sign for me, like even I get the confirmation, I wait always, let's say the second candle, the candle to open. So when the candle opened, just the beginning of this candle, sometimes it shows me this if we are going lower, let's say, or not. Because here, if you are looking at the delta and you see big cluster, like you cannot jump directly and let's say a big cluster continuation. No, of course you have to see the lower time frame and compare the price action, because when I start using the delta and the footprints and volume, like I thought like, okay, I found the holy grail. But the reality is like you have to combine it with the price action, what you are seeing. Yeah, because like just watching the delta or the footprint, yes, it helps you to understand things, but for sure you have to see if the price is reacting to what you are seeing, if the context you are giving is like aligned with what you are seeing or not. For example, here, yes, we have big cluster. The open of this candle, for sure it's open with momentum, and then we print this minus 247, and then yes, we continue, and then we struggle here. So if we go to the 5 minutes, just to see how the 5-minute delta chart look like. So we have this minus 247. We respect this cluster here at the low of the candle, and then we had a continuation. We print again like a big cluster at the like bottom of the candle, and then like the delta, like if we took off like the NY session open, which is like here between here and here, and if we check the volume, you will see that the volume here is like here at the low, you see that the volume is big, like 11,000 here. We went lower, 10,000 again, 11,000, and then from here, like we were pushing higher. Like the momentum was there, 256 cluster in the middle of the candle, which is a sign of like the bullish momentum is there, and we got a continuation. Plus we had, as I said earlier, we had this ESPCE price index at 4. So the sentiment, let's say, changed from bearish to bullish. Like the calendar is tricky. It's really tricky. For example, like of course we are talking probabilities, but if we didn't have like let's say this red folder news here, there is 80% chance that we will continue trending lower. So yeah, so we respect the demand. Took this previous week, close bullish. Let's go back to the footprints. We had this 256 cluster, and then we continue higher. If we check the volume a little bit, so the volume, like nothing big. Yeah, now we are still printing like big clusters here and pushing higher. So definitely a tricky week. And yesterday was a hard one, but those weeks happen. So
yes, I literally feel like I got beat up yesterday.
Yes, same. For me, like I have a bad Q1 in like really bad Q1, and lately I start, let's say, to pick up and have my pace and everything is going good. But yesterday, like lost, even though like it's not I blow or something, but it was like my max loss, and it reminded me with, wait a minute, Aymane, hold on, you should chill a little bit. Take your time again, because if you are watching, let's say if you see the previous live streams and for this month, for me, like it was really good last month. Like we had really good trades, good results. But yeah, it's all about how we manage the emotions on those days, because those days they always come.
100%. And it's just something about those days, right, where it reminds you that you need to continue to follow your trading plan and be careful, because no matter how good your weeks and your months has been going, it could be one day or 1 week that says, hey, we can still take you down if you want to.
yeah. And like the funny thing is, like for us, like as a traders or as a trader in general, like he or she, of course, like they learn more when they lose. And for me, the day I discovered that I don't need to lose to learn more. So let's say when I win, let's see even when I win what I made wrong. Because sometimes I found I was lucky. I don't know if it happened to you, Michael, or not, but sometimes I'm winning and I check my trades and I said, no, this was luck. I don't know if it happened to you. It happened to you or not.
Yeah, like before, right? Like because I used to take, in essence, I used to take one of my bounce trades without a reload, right? Like the reload to happen with one of my M's or W's setups. So I used to take them and it like I would hit on them. And I didn't realize that, oh, I can't take these if there's no reload until I start losing them. And I'm like, man, what is going on? Like, why am I losing this trade? And then I noticed that there's no reload. And I'm like, I wonder if I have to have that. And I look back at my data and I say, oh, you know what? Those few trades that you won when there was no reload, that was luck. You actually need the reload for this to really work out the way you think it is. Right. So yeah, absolutely. It's happened to me plenty of times before.
Yeah, for me it was more like like when the volatility like changed and became like high. The ATR is, let's say, 20, 30, 40 points, and in my scalping strategy I didn't change the take profit and the stop loss. So I was getting this 10 point like in 1 second, 2 seconds, and I went in a good winning streak. So, and then when I sit and watch, like something is going on, even I am winning, and then I realize, okay, I can continue like this, but this is not, because when the volatility is low, maybe I target the high, I target the low of the structure when the volatility is low. But when the volatility is high, like even I am wrong, like I take this 10 points, like. And for me, I said, no, I was lucky a little bit this time.
Yeah. It happens. It happens so much, right? Because it's like, you know what? I don't think that it should have been like that. And that's a good thing, though, right? Because it helps you refine your trading plan. Like, had we not had those experiences, good and bad, we wouldn't even be here today. So I appreciate all of them. And it's a skill in itself to be able to not just refine your trading plan, but actually execute it, moving forward. Because if you keep making the same mistake and you don't learn your lesson from it, then it's a loss. It's just simple as that. But if you take a loss and then you do learn your lesson from it, that was a lesson. That's not a loss. So even when I take an L, I don't care as long as I learn from it, right? And I know that I followed my trading plan the correct way. Like this week, even though it was a tough week, it's like, man, I look back, I look over everything very thoroughly. I'm like, was I supposed to take this? It's like, yeah, this is a solid setup. This is a tough week. They just got you on this particular setup, So it's a whole thing. It happens. And again, like you said, as long as you can control your emotions, because it can be a fine line between like, wait, am I revenge trading right now? Or no, it's set up again. And you're supposed to take it again per your rules. That's a very thin line to walk. In fact, it's so thin, it's hard to tell where one ends and the other begins, right? Like you can't really see that line in the sand if you don't know.
Yeah, and as you said, like we are grateful like for the bad and the good. And for me, like trading is changed my life, like not just in terms of, like, let's say, the income or something, but it's more like the personality, the way I start to think. Like trading, like the trading journey, it's so special. Of course, it's not
Yeah.
for everyone, but it's so special. Like you learn a lot, like, about yourself
Yes.
because of trading. So for me, like, I discover like crazy things about myself just because of trading, just because of losses. So definitely, like we appreciate like the good and bad of it. So
For sure. For sure. It's definitely a very special journey. And like you said, this journey will tell you exactly who you are, right? Like it's like holding up a mirror to yourself and saying, look, this is you. Whether you want to believe it or not, this is you. You're impatient, you're emotional. Sometimes you can be greedy, sometimes you can be fearful. This is you. These are things that you want to work on. And when as you slowly work on these, in your day-to-day life, you'll become a better trader. You won't be so greedy. You won't be so fearful. You won't have the fear of missing out. It's okay. It'll be another trade. When something happens, when something goes wrong. Like, funny enough, I found myself I live in Mexico anyway, so it's a lot slower paced here, but I'm a lot more patient, right? Like, you could be at a restaurant and, like, you're kind of waiting on your food and you're like, man, are they killing the animal and cooking it back there? Like, what's taking so long? Right? Nowadays, whatever. I'm sure they're making a perfect meal for me, and it's going to be delicious when I get it, right? But that sense of patience, I didn't have, like, earlier in my life and in my journey as well, right? Like, this really, really, again, like, cultivates real life skills, not just in the markets, but in real life too. So I agree 100%. This thing will make you patient. This thing will make you appreciative. This thing will, you think you felt pain before until you've been up on a trade or you get stopped out. That's real pain.
that's true, and you cannot explain this feeling to someone who never traded before. Like, even if you
Exactly.
tried, like, there is no way to explain those feelings to someone never traded before. And as you said, like, we really appreciate like the journey, because the trading journey is tough. It's not easy. Like, even though some, let's say, they sometimes they promote to it like it's easy, it's really
Yes.
tough. And as you mentioned earlier, it's
Yes.
you against yourself. Like, you cannot blame anyone.
Mhm.
So it's you are impatient, it's you are emotional, it's you. So even though if you are the
Yeah.
type of person that you don't accept, like, let's say, accept to lose or accept something, so you will see at the end, maybe it will take you longer, but at the end you will understand, wait a minute, there
Yeah.
is no clients, there is no boss, there is no this. So it's me, I am pulling the trigger, I am doing this, I
Yeah.
am doing, and
Yeah.
yeah, this is like a reality check. So
Yeah. And one thing above all too, right? Like, obviously everything that we just mentioned, but man, if this thing ever made you be honest with yourself, this will do it. Because if you can't be honest with yourself, you will never grow as a trader, and you'll never reach that profitability point if you can't be honest, right? Like, you want to say, "Oh, I lost this trade because they got me," or like they widened the spread and the broker did this, and it's like, no, you lost. That's what happened. Like, just be honest with yourself. You lost the trade. That's all it was, right?
yeah, like you are mentioning the loss, and I was like talking with a couple of students, and I told them like the it will be much harder for someone who have a personality like he's not accepting the losses. So let's say in
Yep.
his normal life, he don't like to lose. Like, he have maybe this mindset of, I don't like to lose, I want to
Yep.
always to win. So for me, like, this is the like the hardest. Like, this type of trader will have more tougher journey if he didn't recognize this pattern. Because
Yeah.
like if someone don't accept to lose, always there is something. They can blame the markets, the NFP, WIC. There is I don't get the same feed in my broker. There's
The
always something.
broker, the dog, your mama, your girlfriend,
I didn't drink water. I didn't
the weather,
meditate.
your car broke down.
Yeah. I think there is robbers in the comments.
Hey, what's up, Robert? Working, walking away. Sweet. Let me grab the screen, Aymane. Let me break down a few things. Speaking of losses, let me go over a few of mine this week. Because man, I can't lie. I'm glad we got one more day this week. I need to take me a long weekend. I don't trade NFP Fridays, so I'm gonna take me a long weekend and get some go lick my wounds because I sure got beat up this week.
Yeah,
seriously.
and like the skill of walking away, it's really a skill. Like walking away, it's a real skill.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Oh, it seemed like it broke up a little bit. Reshare that. Oh, okay. Sorry. I guess it just took a second. All right, cool. Whoa. All right, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. All right, cool. So once again, so right, like when you see this 5,200 cross, right? I know I'm in level 2, so I'm looking for those M's and W's off the 200, depending on the direction. And obviously in this case, I'm looking for M's, right? So obviously before all of this happened, I took this trade short right here, right? I took this short right here, and I'll make this red so it can be congruent. But yeah, I took this trade, and because what do I see? I see this M pattern: high, low, high, short. Right, my stop was above here. Right, my TP 800 EMA down here. Right, so this would have been nice setup, nice trade. And what happens? This thing comes back up and gets me. Right, like, and it got me so good because once this came around and it closed, I took a position. Once this came and closed even lower, Aymane, I took another position because I knew, at least I thought I knew, that this was about to go. I'm like, all right, I'm in the game. I took another position, so I'm in fully at a 1.5 at this position. This thing turns around, one candle, I'm not worried about it. Two candle, I'm like, wait, am I wrong? And then this candle comes all the way up here. Once this green candle closes here, I have to close the trade because my system is I'm in the trade when the entry signal, right? So once it closes below the 13, which is this candle right here, and everything lines up, I can take it. But my exit signal is once the price closes back above the 13 in this case. So this green candle closed back above, and simultaneously, I can see that my market base, well, my RSI line crossed my signal line. So at this point, I got to close the trade. So I got in here and here, and I had to close it here. I lost a decent amount on this trade, like nearly 2.2% on this. Got me, got me real good, actually. Yeah. So I'm like, man, that sucks because I could have sworn I was the M. So then when they came back around here, right, which is today, they came back around, they retested this area. I said, let me put an alert on here just in case, because I don't want to, because it's still in play. As long as they don't break this high, right, like as long as they don't close above that, which they didn't, it's still good to go, right? And then I see this huge candle came all the way up here, closed below all of this structure. My alert went off, right? and I knew it. I knew this was the second position. And in fact, you can actually probably see it right here. So this is stop loss to break even, stop loss to break even, GA going against you. Okay, here it is here, right? So yeah, Euro AUD second leg. So when I seen this, right, as soon as I seen this, I grabbed it again. And again, this is why, if you're watching, why it's so important to set the alerts, because it's been plenty of times where I get so pissed off that I didn't set an alert again, or I'm thinking the trade is, you know, over with, but me not realizing that no, the trade is still in play. It could come back and create a second leg, and then you take it, right? So as you see, this came all the way back up here, retested it, closed. Now this is a gorgeous M, right? So I thought this was the M over here, which was 2 legs, and really this was 1 leg, and this was the second leg. Right, so when I tell you they did this move so good and I fell for it, it was just nasty. Like, this was a nasty move that they did. Right,
Yeah,
so stops above here. My TP is
stop loss
all the way down here. This 800. Right, so it's not too bad. It's actually up right now, but still. It's like, oh my God, like they got me good with this one. Like, I'm talking about good, because again, I took this twice. So by the time I took this twice and I had to close it, luckily I didn't get stopped out. That would have been horrible, right? But when this came back around, which was today, this set up earlier today at 10 o'clock, I smashed the button again and jumped right back in it. So hopefully this does play out so I can get at least some of my money back. I got this down here that says stop loss to break even, but technically I'm already at break even. I didn't want to even lose any more than I did. So I'm already at break even on this one.
Yeah, but actually it looks good. Like, even if you go to the daily, for me, like this retracement, like,
yeah. So I like this. I like this on a 4-hour chart too, right? Like, if I look at this on a 4-hour chart, you see you got the same kind of pattern. It kind of ran. And look, this is where I got in at. This is how nasty this move was. They got me right here. They got me right here on this one. So when I seen this 4-hour confirmation, right, which is price is below the 13 EMA, I'm thinking it's good to go. This trade literally had everything it needed the last time around. And they come around and they smash me. These 2 candles, right? 8 hours worth of, you know, you better get out. Then the thing turned right back around and closed below the 13 again. So this was a nice, and this is what I mean when I say this is a pristine setup. Like, the setup is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. The market makers who's moving this market, they did a real sneaky job with this trade today, like real sneaky. Right? Well, yesterday rather. This is a real sneaky move, and this happens every now and then. It's just that when it does, it's like, seriously, like seriously. But what sucks more than this is for the second leg to set back up and you miss it. That hurts even more.
Yeah, that's true. But like on the 4-hour, it looks really good, like a double, for me, like a double top, and we are like in this substructure. We are retracing for the bigger time frame. There is enough range into the left. So yeah, I am watching now the EURUSD. Like, at least we will go check the lows at 1.76500. So
yeah, you said 1.6. Yeah. So this, my target on here is about 76.20. Yep. So as soon as we get to 0.7620, you know, I'm out of here regardless. But nasty move. Like, they really got me. It's almost like playing great defense in any sport, and then the offensive player just did a great offensive move. Like, that was really good. That was really good. It was so good that I fell for it really bad. Like, I was so convinced, because I don't ever take I don't never scale in, honestly, unless I'm sure. And I was sure on this move. So when I took this once and then took this twice, man, oh man, when this came back around, I was so surprised to see that. When I had to close this trade, I was like, I can't believe that. And I had to stay up. Keep that in mind too. I had to stay up just to close the trade, just to lose it. So yeah, they got me real good with this.
I checked the calendar, and there is a news at 1 a.m. my time, so it's like 7 a.m. Eastern time, I think 7 p.m. Like it's Australian manufacturing PMI, so there it's at 1 a.m. in the morning my time. So definitely there will be some volatility. The AUD will move definitely, because there is the Australian manufacturing and there is also the exports, Australian exports.
Yeah, let's hope it goes my way. I need some of my money back.
Yeah, it hurts a lot.
Great.
Like when you add to the position, and because you saw it's happening a lot of times, and it's your A++ setup, and and then it hit your stop loss just out of nowhere, and then it's rough. It's tough one.
Yeah, and it's crazy, right? Because like, I mean, us as professional traders, you think like it shocks you for a second. You're like, wait, was I wrong? Was I wrong on this? I could see being wrong on a regular setup, but it's harder to accept it when you're wrong and you were sure you was right. Like when I took this second position here, I was sure I was right. I'm so sure that I scaled in heavier. That's how sure I was. I'm like, oh yeah, this is good. And I don't even mean being greedy or anything. Like, no, this is a great second position to take. And I was that confident in the setup. So when this happens, it's like, and then the crazy part about it is too, Aymane, just check this out. Was I wrong? Of course I was wrong, right? Because otherwise I wouldn't have lost nearly 2.2% on this trade, right? But what sucks is that this thing went up again and came right back down. And it's like, yeah, you was wrong. Don't get me wrong, you were. But if this thing goes now, it's gonna be like, seriously, like I was wrong, right? If that makes sense. Like I had the right idea early.
I hope just like Oro AUD will not repeat the same pattern we saw on the USD CAD. You remember we had a double top, first, second, third, fifth, I don't know how many times. And then
I remember. Yep, right here.
Yeah,
it's hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Like, whoa, bro! How many times are you about to do that?
But your stop loss, like it's on the right place. So
yeah, so I should be good. So that was that one. Let's check out EU, because I took EU as well and got hit on this trade, and it's basically sitting at the same exact spot, right? Which is crazy. So check this out. This was another one that got me this week, right? So we got this. Man, it's actually look a little funky. So we got this funny W pattern. This kind of came up. It bounced off here, came up, bounced off here again, and boom, grabbed this position. I had it at a small pullback, right? I got in right here, right? My stop went below all of this. And man, where was my TP? Was it here? Yeah. So it was about right here, because I was targeting this blue tracer over here. And sure enough, I get in this trade and Aymane, this thing literally, like, it doesn't even attempt to go my way.
Yeah.
It just goes the other way. And I'm like, what in the
just
world?
One of those weeks.
Like, yes, like this thing, it just ranged around, and then I held it a little bit, right? And then I seen this candle. When I saw this candle here, let me move this over. When I saw the candle here, like turn back around, I'm like, oh, okay, we good. Because I saw this was up here. and I thought it was going to close above all these candles. So I'm like, all right, as long as I can get this closed, this trade is still intact. And I was thinking about adding another position here. Like, this will be a good one. And it comes all the way back down here. I'm like, what in the world is going on? Next candle, boom. Few more candles. And again, I had to close this before Asia, right? So I'm down. I had to take another loss on this trade. I grabbed it here. Actually, I grabbed it here because it was at this point. But I grabbed this trade here and I had to close it all the way down here. Sucks. So I'm like, all right, I'm getting my butt kicked this week. I don't know why this is even happening. I'm looking at the setups. They're perfect setups. Like, they're literally intact. This is a setup that I would take any other day of the week, right? We got the nice W, as I always say, right? Because after the W comes the bounce. You just want them to break that area, retest this area, and go long, right? Taking this right here, right? Retesting the area here, right? And that's exactly what this did. Like, literally, that's exactly what this did, right? You got this W structure, it broke it, and it bounced, right? You was expecting it to bounce off the level about right here, right? And that's what it did. This thing bounced off of it here, went up, bounced over here, went up, boom, I grabbed it right here. And sure enough, it just did not go. So I'm like, all right, what is happening this week? I'm like really digging into the trades. I'm like, I know I'm not looking at this wrong, right? We even had, if you look at this, I'm gonna make this green since we're going long on it. I haven't had the 4-hour confirmation on this setup, right? If we go to the 4-hour chart, you can see clearly that this candle is above the 13 EMA. Even the last candle was above the 13 EMA. Is it small? Yes, smaller, but still, it's above the 13 EMA. That's all that counts. And slowly but surely, this thing just withered away, right? So I don't even know what happened on this setup. It just didn't go for me, right? And if you look at the actual price action, like the support and resistance lines, I mean, just look at this. This is this area right here for sure. This is definitely an area of interest. And they just pulled off of it slowly but surely. Right? So this was another loss that I took this week, which sucked. I'm like, all right, I'm EA loss, heavy loss, EU loss, right? And then I took gold. I took a loss on gold too. Look at this. Exactly where this candle is where I took same exact thing. I mean, if you look at this, right? Look at this W, right? Ran up, tested the level, boom, you're expected to do this, right? It broke the level right here, right? And it closed above all of this. And what happened? Boom, it closed back around. I'm like, what? Then you just got this hanging around, and I had to close it. I had to close it down here before the session changeover, right? So just taking loss after loss. I literally took, again, EA was my first loss on my OLA Prime account, crazy enough. And then once I took the EA loss, then I took the EU loss, then I took the gold loss. So crazy week for me. Like, seriously, it just has not been a good week for me at all, to say the least.
Same.
And you see these setups, right? Like, they're pristine. Like, this is the same stuff that I point out every week. Every week, it's the same exact setup. Like, for me, it's very easy to see. Like, I know this like clockwork. Like, back of my, like the back of my hand, I can draw it, see it in my sleep, the whole setup, right? Like, this is perfect market structure, and this thing is just not acting right. So, man, when I tell you, it's like, man, this is just tough. So I'm really hoping this EA trade actually works out. Like, come on, man, don't do me like this. Like, let me get some type of something this week, y'all.
Yeah,
like, come on.
Just this one.
So yeah, like at least one. I ain't want to trade all week. It's just crazy. And again, I go from hitting on all the setups on this account the entire time I had it to losing 3 trades in 3 days. Yeah, today's Wednesday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. 3 trades in 3 days. It's just ridiculous. This week has been crazy for me. And then again, if you look at what I just pointed out, they're all like gut-wrenching trades, because it's like, seriously, like any other day that would work. Like even this trade, like it's crazy that I took this twice and then they came all the way back up here to test the stops again, just to flip back over to run in the initial direction that I thought it was. Like, that's just insane. Insane. So this is definitely one of those weeks for me where it's like, all right, control your emotions. Don't do nothing stupid. Continue to follow your trading plan. My data tells me that if I continue to do that, I will be all good, right? It just sucks when it's happening.
Yeah, definitely. Like, and especially like it's as I said before, it's a skill to know when to walk away. Like most of traders,
Yes.
like in your situation, maybe they blow yesterday or today, or maybe they will trade tomorrow also, and they will try to get back. And so, but I think like Euro AUD is looking good also in terms of the structure, the double top on the 4-hour, and we have a news later, so for sure it will move, like up or down. For sure it will move.
Oh, here we go. Look at this. Oh, they hear me. They hear me talk, y'all. Look at this right in front of us.
I just
come
called
on.
them.
They like, bro, we got you. Appreciate that, bro. Appreciate it. You heard my sob story, right?
Yeah, I heard your story and then I called
that.
them. You know what?
Appreciate that. Because, oh, yeah, let's go.
Oh,
see, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Come on, y'all.
Going good.
Please. Let's see. Where is this at? Yeah. I need this. No, you bet not do that. You bet not.
Come on, just this one.
But yeah, man. Definitely a tough one for sure. I literally couldn't believe it, right? Because it's kind of like, but it also shows how much I've grown as a trader, because like it's just one of those things where like, man, you know, the old you would have did something stupid or over risked on the next one or revenge traded, whatever the case may be. But it's like, looking at those 3 trades that I just showed, EA, EU, and gold, right? Like they all were good trades. They all set up the right way. They were all confirmed. It just didn't work out. Like the edge was there, right? It's just the fact of like, come on, man. Come on. So
yeah. Just and this is why also like trading is hard, because normal human brain, when let's say when a dog bites you when you were young, you will never come across like go next to a dog. But in trading, like you got stopped out with the same setup, and you still, because you have an edge, you should like trade the same setup because you have an edge. And it's tough for a new trader or like normal mind to say it's the same setup, but I have to take it, even though I lost the last 2 setups. I know my edge. So this is the toughest thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
For sure. Because it's almost like everything in you is telling you don't do it. Like, you know, the stove is hot. It just burned you twice. Everything in you is telling you don't touch that thing again. And then some of the times it's like, well, technically you weren't supposed to take that first one, right? So how it looked like this is your 3rd time taking it. In actuality, this should only be your 2nd time taking it. You messed up on the first one. You weren't supposed to get in, right? Like it wasn't ready yet, or, you know, it was still cooking, as I say. Or again, like even for my setups, there's not always, I have to take the second leg, right? Like I don't take the first one because again, that's just the test. I needed to try it to test that area again to take it. So in those scenarios, if it happens, but they come back for a third leg, you got to take the third one too, right? You're really only taking the second and the third leg, and you're hoping that there is no third leg. It's only a second leg. Right?
Michael, I'm just the window. I will close just the window.
Yeah. Take your time. But yeah, got it. Oh, okay. We missed your message here, Robert. Yes. We will catch you tomorrow. No worries, my man. Glad to see you here as usual.
Yeah.
So we
I'm
missed a few.
looking at
Robert
the
was saying,
NQ.
I will lose lots of trades while at work. Oh, go right ahead.
I will share my screen just to show, but after we read the comments, like Robert's.
Yeah, you can share your screen.
Yeah. So you remember the pattern we talked about, like broke just one time and then came back. I think we're gonna get. I think we're gonna get it today or tomorrow. Like trending higher, create higher lows, broke one time with one big candle, and then we got this V-shape. You remember, Michael, earlier what I said? If this candle, you remember this candle, it was here when we took this previous week, and I said if Trump or something said something, we can. So this is exactly what happened. Like we took this previous week, and we come back and close bullish. So yeah, definitely we're gonna break. Definitely we're gonna break this high and this high. So it's funny because when I said it, like it took this week and it was somewhere here. So yeah, I think we're gonna get this V-shape reversal.
Hey, let's see. Let's
and
see if they set it up for us.
And also this week there is a lot of earnings, and I think this also impacts a little bit the price. But definitely when you check like the calendar, you see this. So we have a lot of, let's take off the Aussie. Yeah. We have a lot of earnings yesterday, today, so it's definitely its impact also. Okay, so US, you remember, it's funny. This is 7 minutes ago. US reached out to China recently to tariff discussion, and no, this is with China. Okay, so do you trade like USD CNH? Did you ever trade? Like what they call those pair, like exotic pair or
exotic
something?
pairs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exotics. Yep.
Like how do you have an idea about them, or like just
No?
because
So
what
the
I know is
exotic
just
pairs.
they're volatile.
Yeah, exactly. They're super volatile. Like it goes, and it's very wicky. Like it's easy to get wicked out on some of those pairs. Like I'll trade the majors and I trade the crosses, but I stay away from the exotics. It's too all over the place.
Yeah. And also like 40 minutes ago, Trump, Canada's Prime Minister, called me yesterday, and I said, let's make a deal. There we go. I think we will have a great relationship with Canada, like the new presidents. So we could, this V shape is, we could take those highs right here and got this V shape. Currently, like we are reacting from this supply right here, but still the momentum is still pushing. So if we would check the footprint just to see how it looked like on the footprint. This is here. So So we have the biggest volume on this trend here. This is a 12,367, but until now the price is still pushing. So we react to this supply right here. We create this wick. So we have definitely some big cluster here, but we are still holding this area. So if we get a continuation, so that's what I talked about earlier, about like using volume, just volume and the footprints, just volume and the footprint without seeing the price action, like without seeing the candlestick behavior. At least in my experience, like it's tough. Like you cannot trade just based on the footprint delta, just without watching the candlesticks. Maybe I am still, let's say, beginner, but for me it never worked. It never worked. You have always like to check the candles behavior. You mentioned one
For
time,
sure.
Michael, like you check time to time, I think, the delta.
Yep. So I pay for the premium version of TradingView just to be able to do it. Like, because I see a lot of big traders, right? Like, who are killing it. They all use it. And I'm like, maybe that could be a missing piece or something. And although I don't like primarily look at it like every single time, and I don't base my decisions on trades, but I do like to look at it if I'm like slightly unsure about something, right? Like if everything lines up perfectly and I just want like a bit more detail about like the overall picture, then I will look at it basically. Because I'll have it up on one screen, and then I'll have my regular charts up on one screen, and I'll have the footprint charts up on the other one. Kind of looking at them both, just to give me a little bit more detail. I actually have it right here. I'm looking at the footprint charts right now on my other screen for EA. So that's how sometimes I'll look at it, right? Like, and I'm in the trade. I'm trying to see where the volume is, and if things come in and it changes things, that's more or less what I'm looking at. On my left screen here, I'm looking at the footprint. On my right screen, it's my regular chart.
Yeah. There is definitely one, let's say, one pattern, let's say, about the delta and the volume is like if you want to trade the reversal, but not let's say not aggressively, because you are seeing it. It's sort of like when we are in area of interest and the price is pushing down, like you get a high volume on the last candle or last two candles. You get a high volume on those last two candles or one candle. And then like when you see it on the volume, you start to understand that we are trending from here. Let's say we are trending from here till here. And we are trending from here till here and until the end of the, let's say, the movement, and then we got big volume. So for me, like when I see this big volume, like it's a sign of maybe buyers are taking profits. Maybe like it's trapping the sellers more, and especially when you check the price and the candle and you see some big candle, red candle with high volume. So, and then I say, okay, there is definitely some, at least we could get a retracement. And then you combine it with the price, and sometimes we get sort of like this. We are going down, trending down. There is high volume at the end, and then we fail. And this high volume that we got here, and we came back and fail. Like the moment like the price start to go up, of course, in lower time frame, I have a couple of confirmation. Like you expect that at least this high here will get broken and maybe change the structure and go higher. So that's the things that the volume helped me. Like, and there is also, when I mention a lot the big clusters, like when I have a big cluster at the top of the candle, what I want to see, if they are real buyers, I want to see like a continuation. If there is a big clusters and there is no continuation, so for me, like this is also sort of signs of reversal. And if we combine the price action with like a high volume and we compare it, we add to it like big cluster and no movements, So you can see that the reversal is coming. So this is like sort of a way if you want to trade, use the footprint, the delta with the volume and the
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
And I agree. I think it just gives a little bit more detail, right? Like, because when we're looking at candles, you're just looking at candles, but when you're looking at the footprint, you can actually see what is in the candle, right? Like why the candle is doing that in essence.
Exactly, and you will know more about the delta. Like for someone who never used the delta and the footprints, you know more about it. Just watch a news candle on the delta charts, how the news candle looks like. Sometimes,
Right.
like, of course, like there is like big order, and it's real move, and it's going to continue up. But sometimes when it's a fake move, you can see it from the delta. You see 0, 0, 0, 0. You see a big move, and then you see
Right.
just 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And I think like this is a sign also for, okay, there is no buyers there. Like just wait for sellers to step in. And this is the thing, maybe when I see the traders who are using the footprints, like they are like when there is high volume or they are seeing that we will reverse, they take sell or buy. So you have to wait a little bit just to see the sellers step in or the buyers. It depends from where you will take a trade. And that's why I
Right.
always say, like, try to be second. Try to be second. Try to be
Yep.
second is, yes, you see high volume, you see failure, but you should wait a little bit to see just some sellers entering, a little bit the momentum start to pick up for the sellers or the buyers. So, and then you jump in. Of course, not
Exactly.
just the volume, but it helps a lot in those type of trades. And also there is the continuation. The continuation also is, again, you should compare it with the price action, like because big clusters, you will find big clusters everywhere. But because you will practice and adapt and see what works and not, and then you start to have a small understanding of, okay, those here at the top there is big cluster, now there is in the middle. You switch time frames a little bit on the delta, and then you get the bigger picture. But definitely it helped. Like the delta help a lot.
For sure. And then I like to use it for the fact of in continuation, well, in combination with seeing that like the candles being red or whatever the case may be, if the delta is showing like, hey, yeah, it says this candle's red, but it hasn't moved in anywhere, right? Like it kind of just gives you an extra little clue as to what's actually happening behind the scenes. Because right now, looking at the charts, it's kind of like just watching the show a little bit. Using price action and support and resistance, all of that. But you're watching the show. But with the footprint, you're kind of getting a little peek behind the scene, just a little bit deeper and further and cleaner than what you would be just watching the show. Basically, it's like watching the show regular, and I'm watching it in 3D.
Yeah, exactly. Like you see more like in details why in the beginning, like for someone who just, let's say, start to use the delta or the footprint in the beginning, what I can suggest, in my opinion, just watch the price like after the move happen and start to see like what's happening, like start to interpret it. Just this is the start. This is how I start.
Right.
Because if you start to use in it live markets, you will get lost. And especially like in the beginning, you will start focused just on the delta, and you will forget the structure, the price action, how it's moving, and then you will stuck on the numbers. So definitely like both of them, it helps a lot to see like the buyers, sellers, and especially like when we are saying the absorptions, those words, like it's really helpful, like the absorptions with high volume and the buyers absorbed or the sellers absorbed. Like you can see it like happening multiple times.
Right. Yeah, you got to use an influence. It's kind of like I guess when we tell people like, yeah, you do want to take double tops and double bottoms, but not just any double top and double bottom. Like it needs to be part of a structure. Otherwise, you can force find an M or W anywhere. Like you can look at this right now, right? Like that second bearish candle right before the huge bullish candle. That could be a double top. And you try to short that, next thing you know, wham, you're getting stopped out, right?
Yeah, like exactly, like just without context, like I call it, without context, like double top, double bottom without
means
context
nothing.
is
Yeah. It means nothing. You gotta have more to the story for sure. So yeah. No, definitely a fighting week. Tomorrow's gonna be the last day for me to save my week on Thursday, because Friday, definitely not touching anything. I don't take trades on NFP Fridays at all. I have learned my lesson. Now, I'll be honest. If it's something super clean, which is I call a Mona Lisa, if it's just absolutely gorgeous, then yeah, I can't help. I can't help it then, right? Because there's been times where I tell myself, I'm not taking no trades on Friday, on NFP Friday. I'm gonna just look, and then I look and I see a beautiful pattern, Mona Lisa set up right in front of me, works out, and I'm like, why didn't you take that? And it's like, well, I thought you said we're not taking trades on NFP Friday. Well, yeah, but if they look like that, you can take them.
Yeah, that's like Friday is a little bit, let's say, tricky. It's for me, like, even though like it's an A+ setup, I try to stay away because I know myself. I am a scalper, so A+ setup, and then maybe I will add another scalp, and then I will get a bad weekend. So I try to have like to stay away maximum from Fridays, but we had similar weeks. So similar week, like Monday for me, like it started really good. I thought I will have a good week, and then Tuesday loss, Wednesday small loss also, and yeah, it's definitely tomorrow is the last day also for me. Like just if the market wants to give us just slightly like Euro AUD, just one last chance tomorrow, it would be nice to finish at least break even. But if not, like those weeks happens. Please market. I called the market maker, but he's not responding now. So
hey, I'm about to say, it looked like he's slowing this thing up. He can go ahead and push it on down for me. That'd be great.
like
no, I'm about to just to even. So this is something I want to share my screen really quick before we jump off. So this is what I was trying to say last time about me moving my position further into profit, right? So right now I'm going to move this. Now, if it comes up here and takes me out, that's totally fine. Whatever, I'm fine with that. But I'm not just going to leave it at break even, right? Like,
did you share your screen?
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen. Okay. Let me try it again really quick. Okay, here it is. So once this candle closes, I'll move my stop loss to like right above this candle. Right. So I just put it in profit just a few points because I don't want to keep it at I'll trail my stop basically. So as this continues to go down, I'll just trail it and just continue to push it on down. But we shall see.
But it's looking good. It's really looking good. Like even like this 4 hour what you showed me, like the 4 hour time frame, like it confirmed a little bit the bias for more retracements. Yeah, we will see the AUD PMI later at night. Maybe we will
Exactly.
we'll move more lower. Yeah.
Right.
So,
Well, sweet.
Michael, thank
Well,
you
it's
very
been fun
much.
as always, Amen. Yes. I'll check you tomorrow. I think we're on again tomorrow. Thanks for the viewers for watching, and we will catch you on the next one. Y'all take it easy.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you.
All right, Amen. Take care.